Cool. So, yes, Ludwig fled Braylon with his bride-to-be Haydith. And over the next 2 days, they rode hard and they rode fast south. Meanwhile, one of the hobgoblins went north with Mr. Shadow to create a diversion to allow Ludwig his entrance to the south, which seemed to have worked. An unsuspecting ally arrived. It seemed that the warrioress champion of the Kapadur tribe. I'm learning to memorize all these weird, funny names. Um, Siana actually provided aid from her bodyguards and her own self to the cause. Ludwig told Siana that basically she had friends forever for all of her help. Loisana was in no small part able to help out with Ludwig's issues. I believe funneling a number of columns towards the Korenberg Chronicle for reception, basically, of how all of this would all go down. Um, Roderick desperately attempted to, aggressively, one might say, attempted to be buddies with Orgrave, who said, like, dude, give me a minute. As he had just been kind of very publicly embarrassed, and his uh, the person he wanted to be with most was taken from him, swooped out from under him. Um, and yeah, and that seems to be remaining on the front of Roderick's mind, wanting to befriend uh, the Prince of New Siri. Meanwhile, Rowen went on a field trip south. She met up with Lesh and proposed this sort of joint salvaging contract to him, to his surprise. Um, they also talked about their future. Um, the Lesh seemed very interested to back Rowan's ambitions of conquest, subtle though they may be, insisting that his people are not a subtle people at all, but he himself, and nonetheless, the Dargunian resources will probably be at their disposal. The two of them have entered a into a relationship of sorts, I guess we could call it. And cemented by the head of Rowan's enemy. Nothing more romantic than delivering the head of her enemy on a silver platter for breakfast. Uh, Chivalry is dead. It truly is. It truly, truly is. But Ludwig did make it across the border. He did meet up with a horde of hobgoblins who did manage to scare the fuck out of them, the Galadar hobgoblins. But alas, we'll escort you south safely to meet with the Lesh, as per the request of the Lesh's new girlfriend, I suppose. So that's kind of what's going to be done for the next week. Ludwig, you're going to be traveling south for the next week with the Kapadur tribe, which we will check in on. But as I said last week, I did want the three of the others of you, so I suppose the two others of you, to figure out what it is you wanted to do with that week as a sort of downtime. So why don't we come to that immediately and figure that out? Um, I imagine it would probably make sense to just deal with reputation at the end of uh your weeks. Depending on what you do, it might affect that. So I figure I'll just handle that back at the end there. And I'm sure you'll want to do epistolary stuff during your downtime, so we'll just leave that as there as well. So we'll come right into it, and I'll start with either Rowan or Lois, whoever is interested to go first. Yeah,
Go
by all
ahead.
means, yeah, by all means, Rowan.
Yeah, so Rowan would like obviously early on want to be able to have a conversation with Haruk, um, ironing
Absolutely.
out ironing out any number of details. Uh, but other than that, uh, she would probably spend the week, uh, depending on how
He
many
spends the whole week
assistants.
saying,
Yeah,
"Oh, what are we? What are
yeah.
we? Tell me.
Uh,
So what are we?" Okay. He
so
doesn't
yeah, there is that, and we do have to figure that out. But also, the princess needs clothes.
Ah,
The princess is going to need to
interesting.
have appropriate clothing to go see her brother. I will tailor those myself.
Uh, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. If you want
uh,
fabric, you'll have no. You ask for like a variety of different fabrics in black, and you are provided with a number of bolts of fabric at your pleasure.
and she would like want to make sure that her rooms are set up because again, she is the princess. Technically, we are receiving her. And to make sure, because the Carnathi are very prude, that Ludwig's quarters are in a different wing. What 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 they end up doing is not her business, but for to say that we were appropriate guests, I will make an issue of housing them in separate wings and then turning my head, I don't know anything else. Um, and
Yeah,
then
absolutely.
uh, I've got the two letters or the two what are they? Who civis messages that I would send out and uh, try to be more or less on call for anything that Lois might need.
Cool. So, so just, I'm very sorry. So the dresses and you wanted to try and work out the details of the contract you were saying, that thing?
Yeah, I want to find out. I want to work out the details of the contract, and I want to maybe work out the details of us because that
Yeah.
is going to end up like that if it ends up affecting things significantly.
It certainly does. You're going to learn, or actually, really, at the end of the day, you're going to be re-immersed into what a busy guy Farouk is. Um, it's troubling, to be as good as he is, and to be the only one who is as good as he is at what he does. Like, he has no delegation power. And I think coming in now as you are, you're seeing that very immediately with your more experienced eyes, where you see that like he can't rely on anyone for diplomacy. He can't rely on anyone for anything with any tact required, and anything with any cleverness, anything with any diplomacy, any like nothing. He can't rely on anybody. So he's strung a little not enough butter on too much bread, as Bilbo might say. Um, and he's in meetings all day. He has like all these people summoned to court to come and like mediate with him. It's like if you got a major dispute, you got to come to me. So he probably spends like a good chunk of every day doing what most kings do, which is sit in their hall and listen to people come up and complain. Like he fought on my he came over to my land and he tried and he killed three of my men. So this is a feudal society. So take it back. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, my liege. Yeah. So, I mean, so figure it out between you two. I don't care if only one of you is standing up. This is a feudal society. This is how we. You know what feudal means? Uh, okay. And then, like this is a lot of his day. So okay, so this is what this is how our world works. And he does a lot of that stuff, and then more complicated diplomacy where diplomats from actual other nations arrive. Surprise, surprise. There's at least one major meeting where he's like, maybe just for the moment until we figure out what we're doing, don't be like out in the open for this one. And he's like, watch from the stands. I don't give a shit, but maybe not in the open. And a British delegation does arrive and says, "Oh, the Lesh, thank you for taking this." And he says, "Yes, let us speak in private." And and these people end up being more permanent, not permanent, but at least long-term stays, and they seem to be taking a lot of Lesh's time to talk. He will want to talk to you about that. Um, He so let's get into that. Anyway, I think I've made my point. Fair, he is busy a lot of the time, but he does make time for you, plenty of time for you. Usually at night, or usually around meal times. And he will come to you at some point, and the first thing he'll say is, "So, I love sticking my thumb in the eye of Braeland and King Boreal, but just to be clear about what exactly you want, need, expect for the coming newly to be married. We know what the deal is there.
Yeah, so the one thing that I will say is that I am not certain that Haydith was not under the influence when she declined Orgrave's invitation.
Influence of
The
magic.
sable, I think I had said the sable tongue, yeah.
Ah,
This the sable tongue we think had attacked
hmm.
Ludvig and tried to get him to profess his feelings for Haydith. It is not outside the realm of possibility that he could have gotten to Haydith and ensorcelled her. I don't know. What I will tell you is that after the prince proposed to her, she openly declined and professed her love for Ludvig. The prince took his leave. Ludvig proposed. And for whatever reason, instead of, because he's with the whole Sacred Hearts thing, instead of going to House Orion and just vamping straight to Caius, he decided to come overland to here.
Well, they'll be brought here within the week. But what about after that?
All right.
What do you think, Baron?
I think Braylon can get their hostages back.
I think it would be a supremely good show of faith if your house negotiated the return of the hostages from Karnath, at least temporarily, or a new hostage from Karnath that Braylon can accept on her behalf. Might go way to smoothing things over.
You and I are in total agreement on that.
Amazing. Well, I'll obviously leave that to you. But and again, I'm not, hey, I love the company, and I certainly love the drama. I just want to know what I'm expecting because I've got these you know, Brayllish suits biting up my ass, so I wanted to know how much I gotta stall them.
So here's what I am thinking. The lovebirds come here. We're going to need to keep the princess under guard so that, the Brayllish visitors don't decide to abscond with her. Then someone, probably me, maybe Ludwig, I don't know, probably me, needs to go talk to Caius and suggest that he release the Brayllish prisoners. You know why? Because we're not at war. Nobody's at war right now. Nobody needs to have hostages. He gets his sister, the Brayllish get their hostages back, all is good. And until then, everyone can just chill out here and not be hostile.
Guess we'll have to see what the lovebirds want. Sounds like they're a little willful, but well, they're in the right country for that kind of behavior.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
All right, we'll wait on that. In the meantime, is there anything I can do for you, Baron?
I mean, there is.
Hmm.
But as far as business goes,
Of course, that's what I meant.
you don't have to make a decision about it right now. Technically, we get married. I can't still be Baron. Not that I give a shit.
Hmm. You don't want to be Baron?
Oh, I don't care what they say. I'm sorry. Uh,
Ah, understood.
I think I would like to look through whatever legal code there may be here, because I am wondering if there is a way that we can have a relationship that is official, but does not trigger the lovers of the Court edicts into having collective apoplexy.
Hmm.
I'm never gonna, your warlords are never gonna take orders from me, right? We're not looking for that. I can't give you an heir, so it's not like all of a sudden you're gonna have dragon marks show up in your line. It's just something we got to think about for now. That's how we're gonna sell it. I got Lois is working
Exactly.
on it too.
I'm throwing darts. You want your freedom. You want the power to control uh, House Cannith, or you don't. Whatever. It's matter to me. Hmm. There's nothing illegal about concubines. I don't know
Wouldn't
how you
that just
feel
piss
about
everyone?
that word. What'd you say?
Wouldn't that just piss everyone off?
Sorry, one more time?
Wouldn't that just piss everyone off?
And to think, I'm sure you mean to make guilds along the line. Who's to say you're not just my guild representative? You're my court advisor on behalf of House Leora.
You know
I hire
something
you.
that could also work. Technically, we've got a guild of diplomacy and a legal
You
guild.
maybe you just run the guild of diplomacy out of my palace as my court advisor. I mean, at the end of the day, Rowan, what is it that you actually want? You want us to be together, and you want
That's,
your freedom,
I mean, I want both
and
in
you'll
equal
have
measure.
both. You just tell me in what capacity you want to stay here, and you will be welcome. If you want
This
to
is
be
home.
hired,
This is home.
excellent.
Like I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to sell my estate in Fairhaven, or whether or not it will be a reasonable place to have a like a House Leora set up in Fairhaven. Like that's I'm good. I'm here. I'm
You want to be a respected house. You don't want to be set up in dark. Let's be honest. At least not politically.
not forever, but it'll suit for now. I have other plans.
You let me know in what capacity you want to be here, and I'll dot the I's. If you want to be hired as a court advisor, great. If you want to be a concubine, also great. I'll have a room set up for you. Well, you already have a room set up for you. You just get to keep it. So you find out how you want to be here, and you will be here in that way.
Should probably attacks him at that point.
Understood. Okay, cool. So, and that's basically Haruk's stance on it. I think under the line, Rowan, you like, and you're both on the same page on this. It's not politically advantageous for either of you to sign anything in marriage at the end of the day. Um, and he doesn't mind, and it seems like you don't mind. So he's pretty free form. He's like, you want to be involved in Dargoon politics, you can be my advisor, you can be my concubine, we can find some halfway to give you status-based pull. Either of those two things would grant you the pull enough to be here in the palace long term and so on. But yeah, anyway, to him, he's like, I know how you want to do it. I'll be happy for your presence in many ways. Um,
She would want to find a taxidermist.
understand, he goes, we have a fuck ton of taxidermists in Dargoon.
Yeah, no, I was thinking of a mount that was instead of like for a wall mount, like a stable mount, then we could put like a bell over it, so it wouldn't get too dusty.
Sure, whatever you want. Can we get a taxidermist? What? I want a stuffer. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. And yeah, they'll find some goblin. And he's like, yes, you want that. And he'll happily taxidermy whatever it is you want
The head.
taxidermy.
He gave her.
Oh, the head of the guy. Oh. He goes, oh, you want the head of your enemy mounted on your wall. Now that I have someone in house for. And he'll and he does actually. He has someone who has like their own office in the palace that is for mounting heads on walls. And they'll set that right above the fireplace, and you can go to bed every night, look at it, and be like, good night, you fucker. Go to bed, sleep soundly. However you want, however you want. He's more than happy to. Easy provided.
That is what the
Um,
taxidermist was for.
excellent, fantastic. Sweet. So yeah, Rowan, you kind of just have a vacation. You talk a little business here and there about the salvaging thing. It's nothing that you guys can really get done until all the suitor stuff is complete. Um, um, which there will probably be news about in due time, as far as how the suitor stuff went. But yeah, mostly you just spend some time enjoying your hobby, which is dressmaking. You literally just get quality enough fabric to start making some dresses for a worthy enough for a Carnathy princess, and that's a fun challenge, I imagine. Tell you what, how many dresses do you want to make? You have 5 days. Probably want to make 5 dresses, like one a day, we'll say. Yeah. Okay, cool. Why don't you make me 5 rolls? Make me you're proficient, so have advantage. Um, Performance, I think, maybe. That's kind of like the artistic skill in a way, or maybe sleight of hand. I don't know. Whatever you think is best.
I like performance.
Performance it is. Go ahead and make
I like
me
performance.
5 performance checks at advantage for each dress. Puka puka dog.
All right, that is a 19 plus 6, so 25.
Puka puka
Yay.
dog.
That is a 21. 15 plus 6.
Hey, I'm noticing that all of your greatest allies across this campaign are all major military leaders. That's interesting. I was noticing that.
Ah,
Not intentional by any means.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Honestly, it's not.
Sure. No.
14 and 6 is 20.
Pretty sure Haruk has probably around 500,000 soldiers ready to go at any given time.
That's what you think.
Yeah.
You'll be
And a very good relation
sorry.
and a very good relationship with House Deneath.
I was about to, which is the preeminent, most powerful military force on Corvair. So, okay, I see what Rowan's into. You have an army? You have an army?
She has a
Oh,
type.
yeah, she likes armies.
So
Oh,
the
very
rolls
smart
are
woman.
25, 21, 22, 20, and 15.
God damn.
The first
God
dress doesn't
damn.
quite go right with a 15. It's good. Don't get me wrong, it's good. But it's not, you're like, I can do better. You know you can do better. And better you do. And the following 4 dresses are absolutely princess tier. Um, Dark and spooky. Your first one's good. It's kind of like a spooky Carnath thing, but you're like, uh, I'm being too like
It's
Barbarian about it, I think maybe.
a
Or
little
something.
pedestrian.
Yeah, a little pedestrian.
Yeah.
It's a little too frilly, a little too Underian. I'm used to Under. Okay, okay. You start over, you think about Ludvig, you think about Haydith, and you're like,
Ludwig
okay,
in a dress.
what Ludvig in a dress, or what, or whatever, and and yeah, and and then preceding 4 dresses are very nice quality, very, very nice quality dresses. Certainly to a princess standard. Excellent. All right. What about you there, Lois?
Uh,
What may you've been
okay.
playing the
I've
country?
got
Conquer the country?
2 days in New Surrey before this train rolls out. So those 2 days are going to be primarily focused on having conversations, selling the Siren recovery business to the other suites,
Mm,
starting with Lady DeCanneth, and then speaking with Vestige and with Rose.
mm,
Um, those that's the focus of that. If Sienna, she was going to to pitch the concept across to Ogrev, um,
mhm.
because oil and water at the moment.
Yeah, fair enough.
Just a quick reminder, they should kind of remember this because Rowen has also mentioned it.
Yeah, she's mentioned it.
So yeah, Siana would go. It was going to be Roderick's job to try and convince Rose. Seeing as Roderick isn't here, we'll say that in his flighty usual self. We'll leave that to you, Lois. He ran off to go do something. So why don't you roll me? Because you wanted to hit Kenneth, you'll probably have to hit Rose. Why don't you roll me two separate persuasion checks for those guys?
Okay. I am going to burn a borrowed knowledge on each. And if Roderick's around to like slap him in the forehead, I will borrow persuasion from him
Fair enough.
since he
Well,
seems to be fairly persuasive.
fair enough. Absolutely.
And 3 is a 21 for the first one. And I've got a heroic inspiration to burn for this. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm not willing to risk it. I'm gonna go over here, go to notes, and I'm gonna scroll to the bottom. I'm gonna take the 18 off of that one, and I'm going to use a portent die on the second one, which was an 18, which will also give me a 21. So a pair of 21s.
Yeah, you do very good persuading. Well, first and foremost, everyone's interested in it. They have their own Rolex, everyone's got their own motives. Everyone's like wants to see the result of the suitor shit, the courtship. There it is. But they both seem receptive. You've sort of like you've got a good momentum going with it. Which is excellent. Um, okay. Do you want us to figure out the results of the courtship before anything else? Because you are present?
Uh, Lois is obviously going to pay attention to it, but getting that pitched and then uh trying to I've got 3 sendings a day, which I'm going to be using entirely to keep pace with Rowen to
Mhm.
find out what's in flight.
Mhm.
Um, if in that 2 days that we've got here in New Siri, I get the information that came out about Ludwig's flight. Um, but I don't know when that information would come back. I've got some ideas about something to go to the paper with, but I want to float the idea past Rowan and eventually Ludwig before it goes to the paper.
Understood. Unfortunately, Ludwig is very much in the wind, and he's going to be this week by and large because
Okay.
he's out in the Dargoon frontier, where there's not a
Okay.
lot of there's no
That's fine.
yeah.
So I think it would make sense to get a resolution on the suitor piece because while everybody else is headed to, I think it's Sprain next, I'm actually going to head following Shadow to Starlaskar
Hmm.
to to catch up with him because I've got a separate directive.
Well, I'll tell you what, a couple points of mention. Your whatever her name is, the Carnathi woman from Shielded Hearts. Uh
Volan.
yeah, Lady Violan. She comes up to you, Lois, and she goes, "So I have noticed that things have gone excellently for you. Things have between me and you taken a very secret, surprising turn for the Baroness, which I'm very pleased to have heard of. Things have taken a most deliciously unexpected turn with Viceroy Ludwig. Um, I have no idea what happened to Mr. Cross. He just kind of vanished. And last but not least, this Roderick fellow who's following you around, he was not spoken for. He doesn't seem to. But regardless, it seems that you all, in your own ways, have found love. And you are more than welcome to continue if you wish. But we can also refund us the 12 for the rest of the nations you were meant to travel through.
Uh, I don't think that that will be absolutely necessary. We may we may want to to catch up on down the line a little bit, uh, because it is important for us to be able to demonstrate for the other members of the the court how successful this endeavor is. It speaks well to your organization. We obviously don't need to be at every event, but particularly the final events in Sharn, uh, given the proximity to the rest of the 12 and the general status, that may be something that we'd wish to follow up with. Uh, Perhaps given the surprising nature of the events here, there may be a necessity to make a visible uh, presence once the court reaches Karnath. Um, so I think it's wise to let you keep the funds for the 12 and we hold those open. Um, as a house, given the nature of the very recent events, we have a we have a need to co-locate, perhaps separate from the rest of the travels of the court, to to get our eggs in a basket.
Mhm. Understood, understood. It is absolutely, of course, whatever you please. Well, you have the itinerary, and you're more than welcome to show up at your leisure. Um, Certainly helpful if you have someone around who is available for suiting. But yes, of course, absolutely. And you're the itinerary, so I will continue to travel. Um, I will not be disappointed for a little continental vacation.
Well, I hope that the rest of the events are as successful as you have been thus far, but perhaps with a smidge less drama.
Lady Lois, I've been in the matchmaking business for a long time. I have learned that there are some people that you have to help, and I've learned that there are some people you do not have to help. And it seems I just really needed to get you all to show up, and you really took care of yourselves. And uh, it will look very good on my resume.
In as indeed it should.
Well, it has been lovely matchmaking for you all, or at least watching you all court, because I barely did a thing. I guess I'm just the lucky charm at the end of the day. But if ever you need, your house is going to only grow from here, I have no doubt. And if ever you need the the use of the Shielded Heart services for future youths of your house for the courtships, you have my number.
And we will most assuredly keep that in mind.
And she'll happily give you a little courtesy, and we'll lead you to your devices. And as she said, you have the itinerary, which means that you basically have invitations to all these events as the courting season progresses, regardless. And if you can show up somebody who's available with a mark, it helps. That's basically the only thing. Not necessity, but it helps. Um, okay, I want to get the courting season. Yeah, as you said, let's figure out who gets hitched to Prince
Ooh,
Orgrave.
here we go, the big finale.
He does show up to the final event. He does show up looking as good as he can, as dignified as he can. The finer points of the details, I don't think any of you would note. Due to Roderick's absences today, I think it makes sense to say that he's off reading his book or something like that. And Lois with the oil and water thing, you'll kind of get the results after. You're kind of at the bar watching the TV, sort of thing. Um, so here's how I'm going to resolve this. Orgrave and Haydith did have like a good emotional thing going. They were the only ones of the suitors who had like an emotional thing going on top of like advantageous like necessity about it. Um, Say Vestige, but I would cancel Vestige's uh emotional thing out because Vestige brings to the table a little bit less than everyone else other than that's not true necessarily. So you know what? Vestige will come in with an advantage. And I'm going to give Sion an advantage as well because you basically handed her um, this deal to be presented as her idea, which makes her look quite business savvy and capable. So that is a major advantage, I would say. Can anyone think of any reason why any of the other suitors should be advantaged or disadvantaged for the roles to come?
I would say maybe Rose has a slight advantage because she was close to Orgriff's sister, and she does have does represent, I think, connection to old sire.
I I don't think that's advantage enough to overtake Vestige's ability to literally take the shape of his late wife, nor Sienna's like exceptional business
Is
proposal. I think it's a little it doesn't quite meet those levels if you ask me.
do they not? But didn't Rowan propose the idea to them, or
It's a good question. Rowan, you presented this to Orgrimmar?
So it was she did present the entire thing to Orgrave, and the way she presented it was he was going to wait to see if she could get the land trust and then announce his bride.
Well,
I'm not angry. I'm just saying that I would
no, no.
happily give that. She also made a comment that, listen, Haruk absolutely knows that Sienna is here. So by allowing her to present that, it hopefully demonstrates that she has not drawn the ire of the Lahesh, since he's got to be part of it.
Well, here's my question. Did you present the salvaging deal or did you present the land trust? Because I know you presented the land trust, but I don't think you presented the salvaging deal.
I
Lois had presented the salvaging deal, and Rowan had said this could be like the foundation from which they could make that operate.
You said
So
that to
like
Orgrimmar.
I believe so.
I
However, if you want to if you want to say that no, I'm fine because there was a lot of things that was said. Uh
Um, a lot of stuff does get said.
yeah.
But no, if you said it to Orgrimmar first, that might affect what that means for Sienna's presentation of it to him. Um, well,
sorry.
yeah, no, naturally
Yes.
that might not come off well. Um, because it's like
Shit, I'm sorry I reminded you. But that is
no,
that is
it's
what happened though. Like she did.
Well,
Like it's
and
in the record.
while that's true, I think there was a lot less detail. And if in the couple of days beforehand, I can cement, you know, agreement in principle, not necessarily on paper, with the other interested parties, that that lets Sienna present a much more
Concrete. Yeah, yeah.
complete and grounded option with
Okay.
less, ifs, in that, we have agreements in principle in place.
Hmm. Okay. Tricky, tricky,
And
tricky, tricky.
and Lois has gone out of her way, speaking to the court magician, to spike uh Talara's uh wheel, so to
Right.
speak. So if anybody's going to have disadvantage,
Mm.
perhaps from that aspect,
Yeah.
raising questions about, how unknown is that power.
Security measures. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. So, okay, how to handle this. So, because yeah, Rowan, you had presented it definitely as like a loose concept. That much is clear. You had presented it, but it was definitely like a loose concept of
Yes, very
like, oh,
loose.
you weren't specific about it. You weren't like, oh, Sienna handle like the hobgoblins handle this, this person handle like you weren't like how specific was it?
It was basically, listen, you
You have the
need,
opportunity to join
yeah,
suitors together for a deal.
you want everything. You need land of your own. You need a place to build from. This is how you can
Hmm.
do it. If I do this, the land would be in a trust. You would obviously have to pay rent. There would be agreements that needed to happen, but the space would be
Hmm.
yours for, I don't know, 1,000 years. And that was the language that she was speaking of it in. Like,
It was very like broadly inspirationally possible as opposed to like business specifics. Okay, that's good.
right.
That helps. Because Sienna coming, because I think doesn't take much for someone to see that like a lot of people bring a lot to the table. Joining that together could be helpful. It's not the most it's a good concept, but it's not like it doesn't take a genius to see that they all have a lot to give. And yeah. Okay. Okay. So then this is all I'm gonna say. Same day DC and everything. But if she rolls particularly low, she might be seen as a bit of like she's trying to like steal from you guys essentially. That's the only thing. And I'll add the detriment that if she rolls low, that's what it will seem. So I'll still give her the advantage, however. Um, so Sienna's an advantage for bringing forth like a very specific and possible deal. Um, Vestige can be his literal late wife. And he doesn't need to be in a loveless marriage. Um, and you're saying Talalara, putting the spike in the wheel of Talalara. The problem with that one is that like they've considered like there's a I'm certain that the idea of a security risk has definitely been brought forth, but I think like Vestige has that as well. It's like changelings can be equal parts security risk as well as like a good thing for us. Just as Tellar's psychic things can read our minds, we can read other people's minds. So there's a give and a take as far as security risks. Um, because other than anything you've done to influence, I would say these guys are all on pretty even grounds. Um, so we'll move on from there then. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So I'm gonna pick some stat blocks for these guys and roll them out. So we'll start with Rose. Rose to me is like she's absolutely a warforged. But as far as charisma goes, she's more in the line of like a noble. So I'm going to use a noble stat block for her role as far as persuasion goes. All right. That's a D6. That's not the dice I need to roll. So we'll try again. I was like, 5 is pretty good. Wait, no, it's not. Wait. Okay. Rose coming in with a hot 18. Rose is setting the bar at 18 for work. Coming in next. It is Lady Telelara herself. Now I have a very specific stat block I can use for her. Well, it's probably in fact built for her. And what do you know? She's more persuasive than a robot. Telelara comes in with a hot 25, rolling on a natural 18. Power. And you know what? The dice tell a story. After this, kind of getting his bride swooped out from under him, he's probably feeling a little vulnerable. And the allure of intense psychic power might be very alluring for Orgrave at this point. Okay, Talalara is definitely the premium suitor over Rose. Rose is out of the racing. We will not be having a marriage with her. Bringing us into Vestige. Now, Vestige themselves is probably not very inspiring. However, they do embody his wife. And she does the stats for him, for them, whatever. She was literally like a royal, and she's probably slightly more inspiring than the young boy. So she will roll. Unfortunately, a 19 will not suffice. That was better than Rose, but not better than Talalara. Vestige is alluring, but maybe Orgrave has a resolution within himself and accepts that his wife is dead. And maybe some words that Rowen said come back to him about holding on to the past. And so he lets Vestige go in his mind. Vestige is out of the racing. Talalara still remains up. I feel like Survivor right now. It's the Survivor Tribal Council. All right, we are coming in with Ilana Corla DeCannith. Now, she is an exceptional builder. She is an exceptional builder. But she was also a politician for a while there. Might have even taken over the house in different circumstances. So she has decent stats for persuasion. But not enough. She is a builder. And though she has a lot to bring to the table, she already is a member of the court. Perhaps that has something to do with it. She's not potentially going anywhere, which leaves us with, last but not least, is Sienna.
Ryan,
Yes.
I would like to use my last portent die on Sienna's behalf, and that's a die roll of a 19.
Ooh, sir. Okay. Now, Sienna, so 19 is great, which means Sienna needs a persuasion of 6 to meet, 7 to beat on a plus persuasion. And I think about Sienna. Sienna is the champion of her clan and is clearly built to be more diplomatic, persuasive than the average individual. I think their stats go beyond a normal noble for that reason, and especially considering they are definitely greater than an 8th CR. She's a pretty potent force. So I'm gonna go take a look at something that's fitting. I'm gonna look at the literal champion stat block. So that puts her proficiency bonus at 4. I would say she is absolutely proficient in persuasion. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I think in fairness, that's a meets it. So they even out the two of them. which was a very decent accomplishment for what Siana was capable of. She is not an envoy first and foremost. She's a warrior first and foremost. So that was the right call. So to resolve this, he's basically looking between Siana and he's looking between Talara. The key difference here is Siana had advantage. Talara did not. Because Siana brings forth not only land to settle on, a bridge to mending wounds, resettling literal Syrian ancestral land, this, and also a way to unite all of the suitors into indeed a good business deal. So I would say by the grace of her having advantage in the first place, I'll pop her over the line 1 point. You, Lois, the guy shows up with his jar, takes them out, and you're holding on, waiting, hoping. And it seems that a proposal has been indeed made to Siana, champion of the Capadour clan of the Galadar Hobgoblins of Dargo.
And that'll go out by sending to Rowen immediately.
One bright day in the middle of the night, Rowen, you're sitting in Rhuukan Draal, and the voice of Lois comes to you and says,
He's chosen Siana.
And I will pass that information along.
the Lush hears that. He thinks, hmm. He just you see the cogs turning. He doesn't seem displeased. He's just like thinking about it. He goes, well, at the end of the day, what's wrong with more warriors and more serfs?
I couldn't agree more. This should be profitable.
Hmm. Shall see.
You need
Okay.
help. You do you guys not have judges? Because you handle a lot of things that I feel like someone who was not you could handle.
Oh, we have judges, tribal society. They all handle everything inside of the clan. And then I handle the clans.
I feel like we should be able to create like a structure where you had a little more assistance because, there's a lot going on. And
Rowan, goblins, hobgoblins, bugbears are very strong, cunning, whatnot. This society just crawled out of the dirt as mercenaries 4 years ago. We, it's not our greatest export, is intelligence at this point. Not to say that we aren't beyond it, it's just that we got what we have based on the fact that we're a warrior society. We've gained Dargoon through conquest. Uh, so a lot of warriors, not a lot of diplomats, not a lot of governors. But I figure tribal society will follow a kind of Darwinism, as it were. The governors will emerge. And when those governors emerge, they will come to my court, and then I'll have more roles to delegate. It's kind of like brutal tryouts, I'm finding. Just takes a while.
very well then. All right. Well,
And I mean, shit. It's not why I'm too unhappy that I have the Baron of House Leor around here. Delegation.
yeah.
See if
Looking
I
forward
can
to being
find
able
some
to offer you some
hobgoblins with dragon
assistance with
marks.
this.
Sorry. Here, bring your mic a little closer to your mouth. Sorry.
I am sorry it is being difficult.
It's all good. No worries.
Just well, once we manage the present crisis, maybe I'll see what I can do about offering you some significant assistance.
Mm. Oh, make no mistake, I'm handling it fine. I just don't get a day off. Um, and well, I could use some delegations. Anyway, you go, but he spends the next little while really thinking about it. Really thinking about Orgrave and really thinking about the new Syrian people and um this creates something really interesting, man. Ludwig's gonna be hiding out in Dargoon. New Syria's migrating to Dargoon. Interesting.
I mean, one
See him at
little
court. Yeah,
little
Orgrave was like,
small.
I'll find him at court. That's why he married Sienna. And I'll kill him.
He wants to find me and kill me and strangle me in my sleep.
He's using Sienna to find you and kill you. No, that's probably not it. Interesting. Anyway, Lois, you wanted to go to Starlasker.
Yes.
Okay. You get the results, pack your legs, you leave New Siri. Yolan goes, so we're postponing the family dinner?
Not necessarily. That's in 2 more days.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to Starlasker, figure out what happened to Mr. Shadow.
Shadow, get him out of jail as needed, and we
We
can.
could push back the dinner a couple days, maybe just like lightning rail over to Sharn. What do you say?
That sounds fine by me.
All right, I'll make some Sundays. And he'll do just that and push it back. So you will ride for Starlasker. Um, which will be I think we said it was about 2 days to and from New Syria to Starlasker. Okay. So you get there. The first thing you're gonna find out is actually I think we're gonna go to Lois. I think Lois being the last Leora in Brayland, so to speak, or at least the last one with authority anyway in Brayland. I think it comes around to you more interestingly. So you hung out in New Siri for the day, 2 days. Yeah, so you're gonna head to Starlasker. Um, I'll tell you what, let's have a fun barrister roll for getting Mr. Shadow out of jail, because you find out that he was promptly arrested the moment he showed up. They're like, it's Haydith! And he was like, oh no! And they're like, oh, it's him. And arrested him. Go ahead and make me, let's call it a persuasion or investigation check. It is your choice to sort of like
We'll do
use the law to get
investigation.
out. Cool.
We'll absolutely do that because I have expertise into it.
Excellent.
That'll be a 21.
21. 21, 21, 21. Yeah, you show up in the old Lois fashion where he's like, can't stay out of the slammer. And you come up and scare the shit out of a whole bunch of guards and make a whole bunch of governing officials very uncomfortable. You throw the Brailish law and you throw the book at them, and you get Mr. Shadow out of prison because at the end of the day, he didn't actually do anything. And
And,
they have no grounds to hold him, and their lawyer gets him out.
and Todrick and Roderick and the Hobgoblin.
Uh, oh, Todrick went with. That's right. So yeah, the Todrick, the Hobgoblin, and Mr. Shadow are all released because none of the three of them technically did anything illegal, and they could only hold them for so long and so on, and it's definitely exceeded that time. They're like, all right, fine. They let him out. Um, Mr. Shadow breathes the sweet air, and he's gonna pick a bar as close as possible to the jailer's home, and drink. Um, you are called to very intensely called to have a private meeting. Probably like who with, man? Who even with? Probably diplomats. How would they handle you? Your house has abducted their Karnathi hostage. Okay, first question is this. Rowan, are you present? Would you have passed along the whole thing about making negotiations for further hostages exchange or returns to sort
Absolutely.
of make to
Absolutely.
Lois?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
that's she wants to get on that as if Rowan can get on that before Ludwig arrives, just kind of smooth in the way, she absolutely would. So yes, that
Okay.
is the next big thing.
So that if it works well, we'll say that Lois, you received that from Rowan on the response to the Sienna thing, where maybe you're like, Sienna got it, heading to Starlasker to figure out Mr. Shadow, and Rowan's like, excellent. Let's figure out how to get Braylon and New Carnathi hostage, or get Carnath, or get Braylon back there hostage. So you're pulled into a room, and I think now what your house has done is definitely illegal. Is absconding and allegedly perhaps um, taking out some Brayllish soldiers to do it. There's no one can prove it, but at least yet. Um, but and me, Ryan, can't think of what law that is. Probably treason. Um, for abducting a political hostage of that station. While you didn't do it, you are a viceroy of the house. So you're never not put under arrest, Lois, but you are brought aside with one of these. Go ahead, Ludwig.
Technically, it can't be treason because she's not a citizen.
But it is essentially releasing like a country prisoner of the like she's not a citizen, but it is a move against the city at large or the country at large. So
It's
or
It's
maybe it's
fine.
just maybe it's sedition,
It's
whatever.
fine.
Yeah,
They can brand it however they want to brand it.
yeah. However the branding goes, they essentially bring you in. They say like this Brailish person says, you have done nothing wrong, of course, Viceroy. At least as far as we know. However, this bride that your companion has taken had significant political value to Brayland. And the illegal removal of her,
If I may,
you may, of
the
course.
the Princess Irwinar, who you were holding captive, hostage against her will. I just want to be clear to whom you're referring.
Yes, correct. If you do not understand the minutia of how
Oh,
prisoner transaction
be
works,
believe me, there is very little legal minutia that I do not understand.
very well. Then you understand the issue at hand.
I do. A prisoner which the uh, Brelish crown was holding against her will, evinced her own escape, made a public escape to a foreign controlled piece of land, still within the kingdom, but a foreign controlled piece of land. And your country, I'm assuming, chose to leave her there instead of taking her back to Rote. Uh, and in the course of a social political exchange, she came into contact with a fellow Carnathi war officer and begged for assistance in retaining her freedom. And she then proceeded to advance her escape to lands unknown. So that's the situation that you're referring to?
I am referring to this situation indeed. If we wish to get into the minutia of it, she is legally been brought here by the behest of her king, and she is a subject of the sovereign nation of Karnath. she can seek out the aid of, to be clear, if we're getting technical about it, not a Karnathi warlord in the slightest, but a member of a dragon-marked house. And that dragon-marked house absconded with her across the borders, violating the deal between two sovereign nations and monarchs.
And I would imagine that in the minutiae of that deal was an exquisitely detailed uh, explanation of rights and responsibilities with regards to safety of person, et cetera, et cetera. And since there is a mutual hostage situation between Breland and uh, Karnath, that definition of responsibility was metered across both sides. So perhaps it would be in everyone's service if you think that House Leora has some responsibility in this, that we take the added responsibility of making negotiations with King Caius and the Carnathi crown and see to the returning of the Brelish hostages and eliminate this war footing mentality and let both crowns move on with peace and security. Because I'm certain that the Brelish crown does not want the public acclaim of first losing a high value hostage, which you had taken control of against her will when she escaped to freedom, and then sought to re-incarcerate, re-segregate her to uh, base chattel. I'm pretty certain that public opinion would be poor, and the optics to the other sovereign nations would be equally poor. I would profess that getting your hostages released should be your foremost concern, because that would show foresight and balance between the various sovereign crowns. And it would obligate, or not obligate, obligate the hostage arrangement that would have been precedingly arranged during a warring period.
Make a persuasion check with advantage. Half the time, I just want you to roll intimidation checks whenever you do that.
That's a 19.
Very nice. He goes, exactly what I was going to say. Of course.
I see that we're on the same page then.
Indeed.
Fantastic.
So, very well. Excellent idea. Then, so you would be amenable to joining a diplomatic attaché to Karnath to secure the return of our prisoner?
I can, but I believe the Baroness of my house is already working on that. And if the situation presents itself sufficiently, I believe our Viceroy Ludwig, who is already from Cannith, who may or may not be actually traveling and in significant personal relationship with Princess Haydith, may be ideally positioned to make that particular arrangement. Certainly, they have the ability to be introduced and have some political sway within the Carnathi court.
So to be certain, you wish to allow us to not only have absconded illegally, with a political prisoner approved by both kings of the sovereign nations, but willingly allow the return of that prisoner wherever she may be, which I am sure, of course, you have no information regarding, before our hostage is returned, on top of everything?
Well, yes.
You are, if I might compliment, very persuasive and skillful with the law. Indeed, you are a credit to your house. However, I must say this. It is unfortunate that you do not, of course, know the exact location of wherever the Viceroy Ludwig de Leora or the Princess Haydith has gone. Hopefully, still remaining within the borders of Braylon. We will, for the sake of this conversation, assume, very hopefully assume that she indeed is and still within these borders. But regardless, if she were to return to Karnath before such negotiations concluded, it would be, it would certainly escalate the situation most intensely, if you understand.
Only if you choose to make it so. Allow me
Understood.
to provide you a alternative perspective. You tacitly, and by you, I mean the Brellish court in general, not you as a specific individual, could see the ongoing friction that both countries holding on to a political hostage could bear, particularly now that we're in a non-warring period. It was allowed that if the princess really truly wanted her freedom, she may evince the opportunity of her own will to make it so. And I am equally certain that with the Dark Lanterns in control of Brellish intelligence, that she did not make it to New Siri without the Brellish court knowing exactly where she was and exactly what she was doing.
Understand, I am but a mouthpiece. I am a diplomat
I
stationed
am
here in
I am
Sarlaska.
simply purporting a different story than the one that you're presenting. And it is as equally valid as getting, if you'll pardon the crude vernacular, your knickers in a twist.
Hmm.
If you allowed her to evince her own escape, knowing that he would seek by one means or another her ultimate release, it was in hopes that King Caius and his court, once her freedom was evidenced, would behave in a like-minded manner. That is very forward thinking. It is a backdoor olive branch to bring a contentious situation to closure. Something that arms and armies could not get done. And it has been a low priority piece, but it has been the burr under the proverbial saddle, an irritant, a long standing thorn in the paw, so to speak. The foresight of the Brellish crown could be very much lauded in that sort of situation, taking the political risk for doing the right thing. Now, if we take your story and you get very much angered and put in a in a negative posture, what will that look like in the public space? Because all of this would eventually come out publicly, and it would be Breland desperately wanting to return a person of rank and status to bondage, which is not going to be looked well in other places where hostages and slavery are not openly welcome. They are, while not explicitly decried in the Treaty of Thronehold, it's very clearly frowned on. So, on one hand, you have a a positive public outlook, and on the other hand, you have an exceedingly bad public outlook for exactly the same situation. If I were in your shoes, I would think that taking the high road, and this will be where I cast Charm Person, is the way to go.
You will attempt to cast your spell, and unfortunately, it will not work. In
That's
this
fair.
particular interrogation room. Um, uh, he is going. You see him like he's been trying to be accommodating, and you see that a lot of that has like begun to recede. And he just kind of stops and says, "You do understand that the hostage in Braylon may very well be executed, for one. And you also understand that your companion is technically in violation of the Korth Edicts, which is a
Which
national
edict?
treaty.
Which edict?
The Korth Edicts? The one
Oh,
that
I'm familiar with the Korth edicts. I'm probably as much or more familiar than you. Which edict is he in breach of?
of marrying into the noble house of Wynar?
Are they married currently?
Oh,
No.
but they intend to. Let us not be
The Korth edict
remiss
says
about the.
nothing about intent.
You must understand, we are in. There's a lot of trouble going on right now, and to be frank, your friend is in a great deal of trouble right now. Frankly, it is probably in your best interest that you let us know where he is so that we might have Haydith returned to her rightful place in Braylon in the courts so that no one needs to get hurt and Braylon and Karnath do not need to enter into some kind of Cold
So
War.
you're threatening a return to war over a person that you wish to sequester in bondage.
Yes.
Well,
You speak of bondage like it is a terrible thing, and above the law, of course we know it is a terrible thing, but understand that this is an agreement that has been agreed upon by King Boreal and King Caius III, and it is not for us to decide if it is legal or not because it is a legal binding contract, regardless of the will of those two hostages.
were these people adults at the time that that was negotiated? Or were they minors where their rights and permissions were not included? There's a great
That does not exceed the monarchy. It does not exceed the will of the monarchy. A subject of the crown can do, frankly, whatever he wants with his
Oh,
subjects.
so you can murder without ramification. Is that what you're indicating? Whether it's the the king or the Brelish prime minister, you can commit wholesale murder without consequence.
So we're gonna move on from this. Where basically these diplomats who try and speak with Lois try and rip out their hair at any given point of the day, as Lois gives them the runaround. And I assume that is Lois's intention is just to sit here prettily and give them the runaround.
That's it. I want to make them as bald as I am.
Fair enough, you do. Um, you are certainly held. You definitely become detained as a possible accessory to treason. Um, if they had to, if you like as a barrister ask for like a label on it, they're like, whatever the label is, Ryan don't know the difference between sedition, treason, fuck whatever off the top of my head, but nonetheless,
I don't care.
yeah, they arrest you on pretty big allegations, um, and uh, definitely try and interrogate you into the whereabouts of Ludvig. Um, I think at a certain point they definitely start to employ magical methods to do so. So I'm just going to have you do two general checks for me. First is a wisdom saving throw to sort of, or charisma saving throw, excuse me, to resist zones of truth and such.
Uh, well, I've had a couple of days, so let me
Yeah,
do one thing first,
yeah.
and let me give myself two of those. That's fantastic. 18 and 4 is a 22.
Um, yeah, fair enough. So that's very, very good. I'll also have you roll me a deception check for evasiveness, essentially.
And I'll take the 17. I'll just clear them both. Um, 17 and 3 is 20.
Got it.
I'm happy to give them all the lawyeries they could ever conceivably want.
Uh, Understood. So a lot of stuff will happen now that we're really getting into like the consequences of Hayden's initial marriage. A lot of stuff's gonna happen. A ton of stuff's gonna start to happen. Um, all right.
Am I getting
Uh,
closer to Rhuukan Draal yet?
of course you are. You're not gonna get there unscathed. I'm gonna. If there are 10 factions, 9 of them want to figure out where you are and what you're doing and how to either influence the event or straight up try and stop it. And with the amount of magic that rolls around Eberron, it will not be too difficult to do. The good news is that you have an army of hobgoblins around you, which is probably your saving grace. So, okay. So, how to play this out? There's a lot of shit going on. So first and foremost, Rowen, um, nobody really knows where you are. Lois, if they ask you for the whereabouts of like your Baron, they're like, we would love to talk to the Baron of your house. Could you give us any, or do you have any information as to where she is?
Oh, she's currently in negotiations with the Lesh.
She's
Farouk.
in Rhuukan Draal. Excellent. Thank you.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, Rowan, you just became very busy this week. You're like, do vacation, making some dresses, how to hi, you have 5 meetings, sorry, 6 meetings, sorry, 7 meetings. Suddenly you become a very busy person, and the Lesh is like, the fuck, who has more meetings than me today? He's like looking at the schedule, 'cause who are these people? They're not here for me? That's a first. Yeah, you suddenly have a lot of meetings. And we're gonna gloss over some of them. The first of which is a rather large attaché, actually, straight up, a diplomatic attaché, including, hold up, I gotta get her name because everything gets real crazy at this point. Oh, I have it on the handouts. So you are called into a pretty immediate meeting with Lys Lyraman de Civis herself, the doyen of House Civis, arrives with a rather large diplomatic attaché. Um, she sees it's just you, and she was like, "All right, everybody chill out. I will go by themselves." And she calls you into a private meeting, and she says, "So, she goes, I have heard of that there's been quite a bit of drama with your house as of lately.
Yeah, so have I.
If I'm to understand, um, one of your viceroys has intentions of marrying the Princess Haydith. Why not? Is this gossip? I just want to be sure.
No, that
Okay.
that is apparently what happened.
Hmm.
Haydith proposed marriage. No, Haydith professed her love, and he proposed marriage.
I
That
see.
is how
And
it
what do you
went.
intend to do about this?
Hmm. There is something you want me to do about it. So would you like to tell me what you would like me to do about it? Because my initial thought was if if the significant problem that people are having is that Hadith was a hostage, well, what if we just got King Caius to release Raylan's hostages? I mean, like, what if just nobody had any hostages? Would that be sufficient?
I'm not sure, frankly. I can't speak for the king. All I can speak of is from one baron to the next. We both come from houses of diplomacy, and I'm sorry that there has been tension between our two houses recently in the resolving of the guilds. But putting all of that aside for now, House Civis does care a great deal about international stability for the sake of everybody. And this is the the intention itself troubling, the taking of the hostage more. I'm not going to write anything. I'm just going to say that it starts to stack up. As you can imagine, this is deeply destabilizing to the entire international community, you must understand.
Right. So I cannot undo what the two kids did in a moment of passion. That I cannot. That I can promise you that I had no idea it was going to happen. I can promise you I was as surprised as everyone else. But what I can do is try to resolve it so that either maybe everybody ends up happy, right? Maybe there's something good to come out of this, right? It seems like diplomatic minds can find a way to make it right. So my initial thought
I
had
agree
been,
completely.
why don't we convince Caius that he should release Braylon's hostages?
Absolutely. You are, of course, more than welcome to, and I would encourage you reach out to the two kings to see how you might resolve the matter. Um, I'm curious though why you don't just return the princess if your viceroy made a choice of youth, as we shall say. Um, why is the princess not just simply being returned to her place?
So that is a fair question. First of all, you may notice I do not have possession of the princess, so I can't actually return her even if I wanted to, right? Second of
But
all,
your intentions?
it was not my intentions to wait on my laurels. Uh, I was actually hoping to be able to get in touch with. I was going to contact King Caius first, but I can contact both.
Could you bring the mic in a little bit there?
I
Sorry.
can contact both kings, but my intention was to have the Brailish prisoners released because, like, is there a reason the hostages have to be hostages? Like, what if nobody had any hostages?
I cannot speak to the relationship between Braylon and Karnath, but all I can insinuate is that they came to the resolution that the only way to secure peace amongst the two nations was for them to have a sort of mutually assured destruction, if that is the right way of putting it. It seems to me that relationships aren't very good between the two nations, and this is how they decided to settle their differences. So that might be why Braylon and Karnath may insist this is the best path. To do so, if it's Haydith you wish to advocate for specifically, then perhaps a new hostage from the royal family of Karnath needs to be secured. I cannot
And
speak for the two sovereigns.
if that is the case, then we can look into that. I don't
So,
have a princess to give you right now, so let me see
oh,
what I can do about making things happy. If I can't
I,
do that, then we will. I
I
am sure
would,
that two kings, if they are going to send armies against me, like I'm not going to be able to hold the princess on principle.
oh,
Like I'm not trying to
make, yes,
abscond with.
please. Make no mistake, I am not here on behalf of anyone but myself. I came out of respect for your barony, as one baron, well, doyen to another baron, simply to understand the situation. My house is the house of communication, and there's been a lot of misinformation spread around, and I came to understand where you sit uh and if I had the ability to possibly push things in a direction that calms everybody down, because as you can imagine, tempers are frayed. Then by all means, but I'm simply here as myself to speak to you and ask what if this, because I certainly don't mean to imply that you had anything to do with this or that you know where any of them are, or but I am sure this is so. If I might be curious, is this viceroy absconded from the house altogether?
I have had no contact with him.
I see.
What happened was the situation occurred, right?
Hmm.
Haydith rejected Prince Orgrave, which was a problem in and of itself, and then professed her love for Ludvig, and then he
Hmm.
proposed.
Well,
That was the point at which I left because, frankly, I had to be somewhere else. But what I can tell you uh, is that by the nature of his, like, he was a part of the courting season.
I had. I don't
No,
know
I'm
much of
actually
the
telling you,
affairs of
he's
courting.
was a part of the courting season. So
I
by
see.
contract, uh, he should have been able to teleport to King Caius. Now, I assume if he would have done so, we would have heard about it by now.
Well, if I may.
Mhm.
My house is the house of communication, and I would be more than happy to extend our resources to you if you wish to find some way to try and attempt to communicate with your viceroy. Um, of course, in the interest of, well, international stability, of course. We have to work together to resolve these things, and we are dragon-marked houses. We need to stick together.
I have absolutely no desire to start a war. I have absolutely no desire to see two countries go to war because two kids got caught in a moment. That's not what's going to happen here.
Oh,
So you have my
please.
assurances that we will find a way to make it right.
If it might be blunt, it doesn't sound like you have much intention of returning the Princess Haydith to Braylon, do you?
She got away of her own accord. I want to at least talk to her.
Fair enough.
If another hostage needs to be acquired, whatever needs to be done. But we didn't take her out of there. She got to that place and made her own moves up until that point. She is an agent of her own will. She deserves to be heard.
So I will leave you with that and simply leave with the final question of you. do not intend to have this marriage go through?
I don't know what I intend. Right now, I intend to speak to the kings and to see what is actually possible of cleaning up this mess. That is the truth of the matter.
She will stand and she will say, I will personally be staying for a time as I feel responsible as the doyen of House Civis, Civis being has stood the test of time for 4,000 years on this continent, and I feel deeply invested in the stability and safety of this continent. It is in my interest to see that these things are resolved as painlessly as possible. As we all know, bad diplomacy leads to war, which leads to death. And we are both diplomats of two houses. I will simply say, Haydith is probably a lovely young girl, but the needs of the one do not outweigh the many.
Now that you and I are in complete agreement on.
She will very respectfully bow her head. The old, I don't know how old is she, fucking old as fuck, 600-year-old gnome will dip her head and she
Thank you,
will
by
leave
the
you.
way.
She goes,
Thank you.
whatever for.
For having a conversation with me. I appreciate it.
Believe it or not, House Civis has had a couple of issues with young love. It has a way of getting in the way of business. And as I think we both know, you being from House Cannith, it is not the first time. Every house has its problems with love.
Yeah, it would be
Love, they
nice to have
say,
smaller, less public problems with love. Actually, would be great. But
love is the death of duty. Good
oh,
day.
good day.
And
She
she,
writes that down.
she's like, oh fuck. And she
Juliet of
will
House
she
Civis dropping knowledge out here.
the house of scrivening, baby. She spends a lot of time thinking about words. Okay, so that's your first meeting. Um, you get a couple more.
Oh, I'm certain.
You get uh no correspondences from you get actually you get a message, not a full attaché or anything. You get a message from Merrick's to Kenneth that basically says, "You good? Please advise."
He owes you a favor.
You should reevaluate wanting to be Baron. I think
Merrick's.
I think it's not no.
Um,
That's what
he
he
goes.
gets back.
He basically sends a message that says, "It's the best part about being Baron is that there's no shortage of individuals who are ready for your retirement. The door is always open." Um, he says, genuinely, maybe you find someone out there with a dragon mark who might just be a nice successor for you, and whatever. But he basically says we should talk. There is opportunity in this. That's what you get on that message, and we could follow up with that later on.
Oh
I just
yes,
want
I
to
need
go
to
down
go
my list
run to
here.
Sharn or wherever he is. I will not miss a beat to talk to Merritt. He's my bestie.
No,
Oh,
that's in Breland. Stay in Dalgoon for the love of God. Safety.
you get um you get some like letter from House Orion that basically is a very, very, very kindly worded frustration over unregistered travel across borders, or insinuation, the rumors about one of your viceroys making unregistered travels across borders, given previous assignments and blah 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 blah, blah, and you kind of the usual sort of like the usual like highway toll, you pay your toll bullshit. You're like, okay, whatever. Um, let's see. Let's see. Okay. Ooh, a couple days into the week. This isn't on like the main forefront of all of your meetings, but a couple days into the week, you get a very surprising. Let's see here. Blah, blah. You get a very, very surprising meeting, I think. Um, you are visited in a very subtle attaché from House Madani and heading the diplomatic envoy, which is maybe three people. It's not like a whole group like the Doyen. You see Marina de Madani, your old lawyer, and she looks about as unhappy to be here as anybody.
Oh shit.
She says,
I am sorry.
Rowen, it's so good to see you. How are you?
I want to apologize just in general.
She
I'm
goes, oh,
great. It's lovely. Let's talk.
that's okay.
Let's talk.
Let's talk.
I
Yeah,
love our
let's
talks.
talk.
Yeah. No.
She says, so, um, uh,
Young love,
I've
right?
been, yeah, um, yeah, uh, Ludwig, he has, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've been, I don't want to say abducted into House Madani, but it was certainly not my first choice to have joined up with the house per se, in the capacity that I am now. I was much happier as a lawyer, but they've borrowed me for this because we know each other. Um
I'm glad to have you.
uh
Reasonable people can come up with reasonable
oh
solutions.
uh, right, reasonable. So um
What you got for me?
uh okay, so House Madani, you know, you know that they have pretty deep ties with Braylon.
Absolutely.
Um, but at the end of the day, they are a dragon marked house, and I'll be honest with you because I I know you guys pretty well. I'll just say this. Madani is very interested in finding a way to get an upper hand on both nations. And you're in a very unique position to have a pretty powerful card in the deck against one and or both of them. I guess I was sent to say, are we like, do you want subtle aid? As long as Madani gets a slice of whatever can be benefited from this, they're not unamenable to having a conversation about using this to advantage both of our houses.
You know something? Let's have that discussion because here's the thing.
Okay, I felt very sick to the stomach saying all of that, just to be clear. I'm very much here at their behest. This isn't my idea. So anyway, please continue.
No, I'm glad you're here. We can find a way for this to benefit everybody. I will let you know that my initial thought um, is to convince Caius to let go of his hostages. And then nobody has anybody's hostages, and everyone can just get along with their business.
Hmm.
Uh, I am open to discussions of what might be better solutions. I will
Okay.
say that Haydith got out all by her lonesome. So perhaps there's the
Um,
consideration that we need a different hostage instead of the hostage that's already slipped past them.
well, I come with information on behalf of Madani that is information that A, we're not supposed to have, and B, we're certainly not allowed supposed to pass along, and B, could be considered very troubling to our reputation. But it is a token of good faith, a sort of if you share your secrets with us, we'll share our secrets with you kind of thing, as long as we can both come out of this advantageously. We are aware that your viceroy, Loisana, has been detained in Starlasker. Your allies I think she went there to advocate for three member agents of your house. They have been released, but your viceroy has indeed been detained. Um, Obviously, they want me to tell you that to make you upset against Braylon so that you can stick it to them, and we can work together to do that. That is what I think that's what the political idea was in telling you that. So are you in to I don't know, using all this against them to gain something?
I am absolute. See, here's the thing. This is what I know about Lois. If she got detained, it's because she wanted to get detained. So
Oh,
she's
I got that
very,
feeling
very good at
actually.
she's very, very good at pissing people off.
I
It's
heard
a
she
talent
became a
thing.
lawyer.
She
Didn't she
did.
become a lawyer?
And
How did you
she's
become a lawyer? I've only known you all like 3 months.
yeah, no, she's her mind is
Huh. I'll take it as a compliment that I inspired her.
you did. You did. Yeah,
I use the truth mostly.
we can absolutely work together. And since we are giving each other pieces of information, uh, while I do not know the
No, tell
exact
me what they want. Oh, you're froze. You're good.
while I do not know the exact location of Haydith and Ludvig, nor have I had any direct communication with them, I am preparing to receive them, if that makes any sense.
I see. Understood. And I can assure you, like, but this isn't me as the mouthpiece of Madani. This is me as Marina. I guarantee you, House Madani has eyes on Ludwig. That is what we do. Um, so we either have eyes on him or we're close to having eyes on him. And I'm sure, like, I'm so sorry about we're friends and I don't consider myself a part of the house. They're trying to find out where they could get the most benefit, right?
Absolutely.
Like if we could get it from you guys, great. If we can't get it from you guys, they'll look for it from Braylon by selling the information of Ludwig's location, I'm sure. You
You
know?
know, something that absolutely makes sense. And I am sure that you have ways of looking for people, right? That's
Yeah.
fine. I'm house got to do what a house got to do. What I am hopefully conveying is that I am absolutely open to finding a way to make this work out for House Madani as well.
Okay, excellent. I will send a discreet message along back to the house, and I'm sure they will send someone of a little bit more station to me. Uh, which is great. I will still be here though. So long as you, of course, want me.
I
Uh,
would love to have you here, Marina. I really would.
oh, that's
Uh,
great.
would you rather be elsewhere? Like,
I
I know this is
would,
not your deal. Would you rather go back to Fairhaven?
if I could report back that I managed to get you to do this, but I don't think that my presence here is going to further diplomacy, I could probably go back to my office and go back to work. But look, we're friends too, and like if you genuinely would like my help, we're friends, I'm happy to help. But if you're asking me, I don't want to get to do this.
Marina, go make your report. Go take care of your business. Thank you for
Okay,
your friendship.
thank you, Rowan. I, me and Ludwig were good friends for a minute there, and I think cleaning up his relationship drama, I'd rather take a brick to the head.
I, yeah, I get it.
Oh,
No, I get it. No,
okay.
it's good.
Upstage you here. I'm sorry. I'm trying
Um,
to get the Rhuukan Draal down.
I I had to bring in your ex as to be to be the person who was sent as a mop-up crew in relationship to your wife, to your would-be wife. So Marina was like looks at you run like you see a like come out of her. She goes, "Thank you." Yeah, she hugs
Big
you
hug.
up, big hug, and she will file her report and take off, and we will see to whatever Madani is set next to talk about essentially tactics for using this to the greatest advantage of both houses. And who knows, maybe Merritt's is in that conversation because he's also into opportunity.
I was
Um,
going to say, do I need to? I'm a little worried about going to Sharn because I don't want the king to get uppity. Do I need to invite Merrick's to come visit me?
I think he says it would. I think he says, for your sake, I think it might be best to extend me an invitation, Rhuukan Draal.
And and
Um,
and Merrick's has extended said invitation.
and he'll happily show up. You do get a message from Jorlona, Rowan. This one isn't like a you're good, you good, bro. Like I got your back. Like let's figure this out. It's actually probably a very endearing, more of like, not like a I'm gently telling you what to do, and more of like a take it from someone who has fucked up in the love world. Um, like it's I'll probably have one wrote for you to actually give you, but it's essentially like a several page letter about, you know, like recognizing as it has nothing to do with you, but basically kind of being like, I can understand where your viceroy is coming from. I know what it's like to be in love and how it kind of takes your senses, but truly at the end of the day, as unfortunate as it is, and blah 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 blah. And it's basically an advisory on the damage scandal can have. And she says, I mean, look at my position. I'm forced to combat with Merrick's and with goddamn Zorlon for the title of the Baron of the House because I fucked up when I was much younger. Um, and I hope that doesn't have to be a shadow upon your house, though I expect it will be on your viceroy. Um, and she gives you a very long, very sweet letter that is like genuinely like she's trying to be like as kindly as she can. Here's my experience. I've fucked up in this very same way. Be careful. Um, and basically is like, this is absolutely a humongous scandal. Be very careful. You probably know what the safest thing to do is. At the end of the day. Basically advice. Um, the other one,
I will
the
pen a careful return to that.
the other one, man. This one's tough. Basically, um, you're gonna hate this one, dude. This one's gonna sting the worst, I think,
Oh
actually.
no, Harry boy.
You get a letter from Baron Brevin de Deneth saying, I heard the situation. Um, I have provided you all bodyguards essentially free of charge, to watch your backs against danger. And now I'm hearing that there has been an incident where Braelish soldiers may very well have died by by Deneth's sword. It is personally insulting. It makes his house look untrustworthy in the Braelish community, if not the international community. Um, he very kind. Actually, you know what? He is Brevin, and he is a man of honor. And he says, I know you as a person of good faith, Rowan. But clearly your viceroy is a dishonorable individual to have taken a man's would-be wife out from under him in his own home. I would advise you return this individual immediately, or I will be sending bounty hunters to reacquire her. I am pulling your Deneth bodyguards effective immediately until this situation is resolved. Um, and that's essentially what's put forth. It's there's no two ways about it. He's pissed, very pissed off. And the next day, Lena does, unhappily, pack up her gear. She says, "I hope that this can all blow over very soon."
Lena, thank you for everything you've done. I don't know if you're going to be staying in Rhuukan Draal. If you are not, if you are immediately going back to Karnath, I will pen a letter. Perhaps you could give it to Brevin yourself. Otherwise, I will send it via Civis. But yes, it is my intention to get this handled, and I am so sorry for the
Oh,
position that Soren may have been put into. I am.
oh,
Your
if you
Baron
want me
has
to
every right to be upset, and
if
I.
you want me to send a letter, by all means, I've been withdrawn back to I get the sense the Baron wants a first-hand account of everything that has happened. So I've been recalled to the bat to the uh if you wanted a letter got to him, I could personally hand it to him.
If you can forestall your leaving for an hour while I pen something sufficient, I would be grateful.
I'm sure I can, yes. I no more than an hour. She looks very apologetic as she said that. Deneth is a military, so you get the
Rowan
sense like, you know,
Rowan starts penning it as she leaves. And
got it,
as
yeah.
soon as it's done, like she's not going to wait the hour. As soon as that letter's done, she will put it in her hand. But it essentially says, uh, I had no idea that this was going to occur.
Mhm.
I am deeply sorry for the offense done to your house. Um, I will make this right and expect that Ludwig will be disciplined appropriately.
Okay. You give the letter. She takes it. The Lesh provides her um she would probably have been recalled by lightning rail. They don't have the money to just be teleporting like defenders. But though I think the Lesh will he provides her with her own mail, I think. He says he like gives her a warg, which is like an intelligent beast. And he says, yeah, here. Gives it to her. She thanks him, and she's going to be recalled. It'll take quite a while for her to make the full return back to Karnath. But you know what? I think this situation is she was your particular defender, so I think it would be her and Ludwig's defender that would be recalled with the utmost haste. So I think they actually uh, are sanctioned to teleport by Deneth themselves. The Lesh pays for it, regardless, and she sends she gets sent over to Karnath to go probably be yelled out. Actually, I don't think she'd be yelled out, but you get the sense she's probably not going to be put in a fantastic position when she returns. She's going to be going back to some tension. Um, yeah, so she leaves with a bit of an apologetic look on her face, and she moves very quickly in the direction of the Orion teleportation station. With that, like, oh God, the general of the whole fucking army is mad at me. So she's gonna run off. Um, uh, Loisana, you'd receive a similar message at some point, got to your cell that is essentially like one of the people would say like your defender has been recalled by House Beneath. They told me to pass along their apologies, but it seemed to be a matter of some emergency. I wonder what it could possibly be.
That's quite all right. That's entirely to be expected.
Very well. And they just inform you of that. Soren has no idea this recall has happened. I
I
think
owe
Ludwig,
Baron, I owe Baron Deneth an apology and a talk.
I think you might actually see after Soren had taken care of those Brailish guards, I think he might be like the rest of the time he's like you can tell that like he's still doing his job admirably, but there is clearly like a what the fuck did I do kind of look on his face. Like you know he's in hot water and he knows he's in hot water. Um, but he nonetheless he stays true to as your guard. Um, and a couple of things are going to happen.
Can I say what I do on this time?
Yes, but to be clear, all this stuff that has happened with Lois and Rowan, you have not the slightest inkling that has occurred. All you can imagine is that. Well, I'll tell you what. Roll me an insight check, Ludwig, just to take a wild spar at the what is going on in Corvée right now because of this.
16. I'm blind, but I'm not dumb. I have an idea of like who's gonna be people are gonna be mad.
Exactly. You know that all hell's probably broken loose across the continent. I
Yeah.
guess we could just easily leave it. Well, all holes broken loose, probably amongst certainly amongst Braylon and Karnath, you can expect that both of them have probably dispatched some of their best agents to reacquire her. And you imagine a couple of the Dragonmart houses are pissed. You probably imagine the Baron is neck deep in appeasements and so on and so forth. What would you like to do on the trail? All you know is that you're probably gonna have a lot to answer for when you show up in Rhuukan Draal.
Well, I'm moving there as fast as I can, but in the meantime, I try to buck up Soren a little bit, like the best I can. Like, I got your back, bro. I'm your friend forever. I don't know what I tell him. I just try to give him space when he needs it and help him out. But I talked to Haydith about. In the meantime, I talk with Haydith about anything but politics for the time being.
Got it. Yeah, you try to talk to him. He's pretty quiet. Um, uh, but yeah, you try lightening things up. But and maybe you might find yourself steering wide of him because during your time on the trail, just like being around him starts to almost present itself like the inevitability of consequences. Because he's feeling those most intensely. You probably end up spending more time around Todrick, who
He's
he's
not
got
here.
your back. He's here for you and for no other reason.
No, he's not here.
Oh, Todrick's not here. That's right. You probably just end up spending some time away. Haydith doesn't seem pleased with herself per se. How's Haydith doing?
She wanted to change the board. Congratulations.
Yeah, Haydith has happily shuffled the board. Um, but she does seem she's kind of especially looking at your guard, going like it's bittersweet. You can tell with Haydith it's bittersweet, where she's understanding the repercussions of her actions. And while she is happy to have shuffled the board and brought some chaos to the whole situation and certainly secured her freedom, she isn't ignorant to the consequences. And she's seeing kind of the ships that are being brought down with her a little bit.
Yeah. God fucking hell. He just thinks, but he doesn't talk about it at the time. Um, I try to perk her up like, hey, what's the what are your family like? I talked with her about the Decani Empire a little bit. When we're alone, I try to show her a few goblin phrases to to help her get by. Um,
Yeah.
I cook her some meals that I can cook.
Okay. I'll tell you what, make me a. I'm gonna ask her a little. It's gonna be a little unique. I'm gonna say make a persuasion check with advantage, as you'll use like food to kind of try and cheer her up, which is kind of what
Okay.
persuasion is really meant for at the end of the day.
Okay, hold on. 22.
22. Yeah, you kind of cheer her up. And certainly by around the end, she's saying like, well, the world's kind of burning around us, but at least we'll do it together, won't we?
I can't think of anybody I'd rather do it with.
Um,
There,
she smiles at that.
like, like I'm just there with her for more than anything else. Try to cheer her up the best I can. I'm gonna. I talk a little bit on the travels. I talk to like the Capadora leader guy who's here, the shaman guy, I think you described him as. I
Mhm.
I talk with him a little bit, get to know him. I don't reveal I speak Goblin, but we chat a little bit, and I show him off my mark if he's curious.
Yeah, yeah, they'll be interested in kind of getting to know you. That the goblins don't give a shit. They're like, right, whatever. Um, there are a couple of things that we do need to deal with that are a little more important than getting along with the people at the camp, though.
And I tell them if like, hey, you see some of this mark, just send him our way. Yeah.
Yeah, in their life. Yeah, sure. Okay,
Okay. Oh boy.
let's see.
Oh no.
What happens first?
Fuck me.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay, I got a couple of things that are coming your way out on there on the fields. Uh,
Okay. Oh boy.
I just gotta get their names out here. So let's see here. So, um,
While are you doing that? Take a minute. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back in like 2 minutes.
okay, I'll tell you what. Let's take our break. Let's take our break.
Yeah, let's take a
It's
break.
about 9:30. Let's take a break.
Oh, that's gone about as bad for us as I thought we could.
Oh well, this is you got the fun part. Now you got
Fall
the
ball.
pudding. Now you got the eat your beans.
Yeah. Just gotta get to frickin' Rhuukan Draal. Am I any closer yet?
Yeah, man, you're. I mean, this is all happening during your time travel. So you're traveling, but stuff's gonna happen in the meantime.
Okay. I'll be back.
Okay. Oh boy.
Once again, sorry guys.
Hey, it's all part of the fun.
Yeah, we're having so much fun here getting yelled at.
You're not being yelled at. Who's yelling at you?
I mean, Lois is getting yelled at probably.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm not the least bit worried.
oh, let's be honest. Lois is yelling at Braylon.
I would have liked to have been able to get Lois and Darkoon.
Yeah.
I'd been hoping for that, but that's all right.
Uh, okay.
They need someone to yell at. They might as well yell at me, because Lois will just very calmly yell right back at them.
Yeah.
She won't raise her voice. She doesn't have to.
Okay. So the good news is this all happened very, very quickly. Okay, we came back pretty quickly. I might call for another break in the future,
Sorry.
but as long as we're all
You
here,
you were juggling stuff. If you need to get up, Ryan, get up and go.
uh, unpaste myself. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna get up for a minute. I'm gonna disconnect from the data. We'll be back. 10 minutes. We'll say 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Oh boy. Okay. Once
Okay.
again, sorry about all the headache, guys. Headaches, guys.
Um, okay, so before I get to you, Ludwig, I just want to give a couple more things to our wonderful Baron. Um, the first thing is throughout the week, there's two things you receive. Actually, it's really just one. It's the fucking newspaper. And that's the most important thing. We receive the newspaper. And the newspaper definitely has but you get a number of newspapers actually. You get a newspaper for probably every fucking country on the continent, actually. You get Shard Inquisitive, you get uh there's a whole fuck ton of them. I don't know the names of them all. You get Shard Inquisitive, you get the Corenberg Chronicle, you get them all. Um, you clearly see Lois's penmanship in a couple of the ghost-written articles and gossip columns and um, Corenberg Chronicle, but everyone's caught wind of this, um, and they say things probably along the lines of I got him here somewhere. Um, do, 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 do. Dragon marked House of Ducks royal hostage. Princess of Karna forced or coerced. Royal succession threatened by dragon marked politics. The politics or the articles go on very briefly mention Orgreave's marriage in a certain part, which should have been a front liner. It does go on to say there's a lot of speculation about dragon marked houses attempting to essentially manipulate marriage politics in order to influence um, the court edicts very blatantly, very brazenly. Um, very much points at Leora for um, it's very bad optics for Leora. Um, let's see what else, what else, what else. Um, oh, these are two more things I want to keep. The first one is you get a letter, a very formal letter from the 12, actually. Um, basically saying very politely, what the fuck, guys? Very, very politely implying we had a plan. We were going to do this real slowly. This might have even been part of it down the line when things were going well once we secured. Like, this is all subtle. Like, so you know what they're saying, but it's not explicitly put into writing. But basically, like, we might have tried this after Thronehold, possibly carefully. But this if ever the nations needed something to unify them, they just got it. The 12 uh, will be forced to disavow Ludwig and uh, basically not recognize him as a member of the house in their eyes, regardless of what you consider in your barony. They absolutely will not back the marriage itself. Basically, they will support any nation wanting to say, like, this is against the court edicts. Um, they they say amongst churches, courts, and common folk losing it, um, they have no choice but to essentially like back against it. They said that again, like they might have even been they could have used this down the line, maybe a couple 10 years down the line, but they would want to do that in a very, very carefully placed time, a very carefully picked throne, a very carefully picked marriage. Um, they are willing to provide whatever they can to help smooth this over, um, so long as you cooperate, essentially all the lines. And that's like their official stance on paper, so they can say they sent it to you. That might not be the
I assume
behind the door
Merrick's is going to say
politics.
something different. It's fine.
There might be some behind the door politics, but that is like the we wrote it, we said it, we sent it. This is our official statement, this is our official stance. Very important part of the newspaper is that it does state that King Boreal uh, is pissed and he is willing to provide international yeah, international cooperation to see this matter resolved. Basically, largely saying to Karnath, Thrain, whoever, like, this has been done to us. We're happy to help however we can. So that is what's said to you. And again, we will get back to you for the people who might be interested in trying to use this to the advantage of the Dragmart houses. But meanwhile, out on the frontier, Ludwig,
Bad news.
let's see who comes. Who comes? I know who comes.
Oh, fucks.
As you know, very much in like the Dothraki, like the beginning of Game of Thrones way, where the entire horde is making their way across the continent together and whatnot. Um, uh, everybody holds. They're like hold, like you know the signal is set for the whole horde, the whole clan to halt. A rider is sent to where you are, Ludwig, which is basically like in the middle of all of the soldiers, along with your little attaché. Comes forward and basically says, Viceroy, there's some elven woman here to see you. She calls herself Inara Fjarlin.
Anara de Fiorla.
That's what she said. Sorry, yeah, there's a D in there. Should we tell her to fuck off or?
No, no, hold on. Just I'll go speak with her. I'll dismount. Tell Haydith just stay here. I'll be right back. I'll go speak with them.
All right. You make your way to the front of the line. It takes a while. In fact, you probably ride up to the front because, like, basically, you've got like really good protection right now. You've got like maybe 5 lines of hobgoblin on the weakest side, so you're sitting pretty. Um, you ride up to the very front of the line, dismount, and you do see, not in her usual like whatever drapey Fjarlin performative like look at me I'm sexy outfit. She's basically in a traveler's outfit, still very tasteful, but bearing like essentially like diplomatic signs and so on and so forth. And she smiles to see you. And she says, "Hello, Ludwig. You charmer, you.
Hello, hello, Anara. Lady Anara. Strange to see such a familiar face so far down south.
Strange to receive news about what you've gotten up to since last we've spoken. I knew you were charming. I didn't know you were this charming."
I have my talents.
Well, what do you say me and you take a walk, darling?
How far out is she pro proposing?
She goes, "Oh, if you're not too far, you could bring
I
whatever bodyguard you want. I don't."
I I bring like two off the back to come with me, but stay a little stay a little bit shot. It's just out of earshot of the others.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's closer to the others that are they can rush in if something happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're on like a flat plane. Like you have no worry about like sneaky terrain stuff. Like you're pretty good. Actually, you know what? It's a good point. I was gonna do this anyway. Um, she actually finds she doesn't get close to you. They the same thing happens. They come up and they tell you like, hey, this woman wants to meet you. But it's in the actual I believe it is a village. Uh they basically you basically taking shelter in a ruin in like an ancient Dakani ruin known as Skull Reaver, and that's where she finds you. Skull Reeve, excuse me. And she says, "So, I see you found true love. That's beautiful, Ludwig."
The course of true love never did run smoothly.
Well, rarely did it, but very inspiring, Ludwig. I fully intends to write a story about you. They'll be telling about it for years.
Well, do you intend it to be a comedy or a tragedy?
But that depends on you, doesn't it?
Yeah, my story's not over just yet.
And how do you intend for the story to end?
I bet. I, I suppose the trite answer would be happily ever after, but let's see what happens.
Well, the bodyguards, I'll say, are like maybe 20 feet back, like certainly close enough to like run in and react if they really needed to. And they got their head on a swivel, but close enough that she could speak quietly to you. And she says, well, as you know, I come from a house that have two sides of the coin. We are entertainers, and we also exhibit the darker aspects of business. So allow me to provide you with two endings, one related to either. The first one, I'll get the bad news out of the way.
Oh.
Fjarlin and Thurani, as you can no doubt imagine, are currently in negotiations to be hired to, well, in their own way, deal with you.
Not too surprising.
Thurani will be paid probably enough that they're willing to risk entering into our western side of business. And you will not want to confront them. They will take the short route as to dealing with you. Me and my people are a little more, we will take that route if necessary, but we're also more into, well, let's just say we'll be more successful.
I have no doubt your people are very talented singers, dancers, and musicians. True artists.
And from one friend to another, let me say this. There are many eyes here on Skull Reef. Some far away using magic means, some very close. The Brailish Dark Lanterns have their reputation for a reason, Ludvig. They will be the first to strike.
Any idea when they might strike?
No, of course not. But as someone who's been in the business for quite a while, I can tell you that they are there and they are ready. They're just waiting for their moment. But I come to you as a friend now before any business has been completed between Fjarlin and interested factors. Essentially, we're just waiting for the biggest payout. Fjarlin will come for you. But I propose this. You can either give up the girl, maybe wait, play the long game, marry her later down the line if you're able to align the politics to your favor well enough, or I'll give you the second option, which is what Fjarlin's face truly says, and that is us of the poets, the performers, the artists, and your story can be a beautiful one, but it must be treated oh so delicately at this stage.
What would you need from me to craft such a beautiful story?
Are you asking the artist?
I'm asking the art. Go right ahead. What would it take to end beautifully?
If I was writing the story, and I will say stories are full with embellishments and changes made to suit the story, I would say you live happily ever after and you find some devious scheme to make it work in your favor. It would require a very devious and keen mind to do so. But as of now, I warn, we are giving a lot for the nations to unite above. The nations have been divided for a long time, and this is what has made the core edicts erode, because they've been too busy looking at over their borders as opposed to the dragon marked. But this is a blatant threat to their power, and it will unite them. So what you need, if I was writing the story, you need a reason bigger than this for the dragon marked houses to look at one another.
I'm sorry, say that again, Ryan.
You need a reason for the dragon marked, for the nations to look at each other and not at you. A bigger reason, a bigger threat to their power than even this.
Do you have any suggestions?
I may have been your political tutor, Ludwig, but this one is beyond even me. You knew what you were doing when you must have known what you were doing when you decided to fall in love.
I knew it was dangerous. I knew it was dangerous. It's a bit like war. You go into, you know, it's going to be bloody when going in, but it's always a little shocking when you actually see it.
Oh, make no mistake, you are at war right now, Ludwig. You are at war. It's just a very polite war, a very secretive war, a war of information, and quickly going to be receding into a war of soldiers that are not seen, not by the public anyway. So I ask you, Ludwig, maybe it's something for you to think on for when you go to meet your Baron in Rhuukan Draal, so you might arrive with not only problems but solutions as well. What do the nations care about more, or what would they feel threatened by more than a dragon-marked heir marrying a princess?
Off the top of my head, the morning.
Do you do you have the solution as to who created the morning? That could
No,
do it.
I have speculations, but I have no ideas.
It was a good guess. But like I said, take time to think about it, because it is the answer you must solve if you wish to keep the woman you love. I intend to continue on to Rhuukan Draal to meet with Rowen and pay
To
my
meet, I'm sorry,
respects and help.
with Rowen. Okay, she said Rowen.
I intend to go on to Rhuukan Draal and meet with your Baron. I can move faster than your army, your well-advised army of bodyguards. But by the time you get there, it may be good to have some ideas of how to solve the problem created. It'll be a difficult puzzle to solve, one that will take a keen mind to do so. I hope yours is up to the challenge. It's one thing to fall in love, it's another thing to keep it, so the stories say.
I see. Agreed.
She puts a
Given
hand on your shoulder and she says, I genuinely wish you the best, and I hope that you can have your happily ever after. And I will be honored to write it if you do.
feels like I can think of few more deserving. And I give her a bow.
And she'll give you a curtsy as well. She'll say, watch your back. The best are coming for you.
I'm trying. Ryan, above table, how far is it out from the Rhuukan Draal?
I would say she comes with her warning pretty closely into your travels. I'm playing with chronology a little loosely because it'll take about 5 days to cross Dargoon to get to Rhuukan Draal. So I imagine she arrives with her warning pretty early on before a price is agreed upon
And
uh by a Fjarlin with whoever would wish to employ their services, which is
and
probably everybody.
is the and before she leaves, I ask, is there any way that perhaps that Fjalin might sit back and try and negotiate for a higher price for a little bit longer?
You want me to starve my entire house? We're friends, Ludwig, but we're not that good friends.
If I can get you something, if I could get you something, would you be interested in it?
We've been backing you financially for months now. What could you possibly have to offer the house better than the price on your head?
Information about the actions of those inside your house, perhaps?
She tilts her head. What are you referring to?
Ludwig thinks for minutes.
Just
Um,
Also, be
And,
careful not to give it all away as
and
you, cede it to her, right?
exactly. Some the actions of one of one inside your house who might not exactly be following the rules exactly.
In following the rules, what are we talking? Like jaywalking or
Above table, Ryan. I'm thinking, can I, okay, zoom out, pause. I'm
sure.
talking, Ryan.
Yep.
I'm talking about one of the pieces of blackmail we got from the Crimson Butcher, specifically one regarding some, like, and I have it right here.
Yeah. What does it say
I'm
specifically
throwing
above
shit against the
table?
wall right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, 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 yeah.
It's a failed contract negotiation showing a Fiolan noble trying to hire Thorani, trying to hire House Thorani for a Black Sun performance, code for political assassination.
You could probably hand her that pure. You could probably just say that point blank, periodly, like period, and then the specific details of the information, such as the identity and the contract, would follow as the actual. You know what I mean? Like
The actual
that
name.
literal line is the price tag. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And the actual product would be the information that I haven't given you, which would be specific. You know what I mean? So you could give that to her as the price tag, as the like offer, essentially,
Okay,
and
and
it
I
wouldn't be
would.
telling too much.
Okay, we're not telling too much, and I know that that's naughty, naughty, not supposed to do that. Like, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
haggling for my life here.
I know. I know. Yeah, how's Fjarlin hiring a Thurani is that's pretty embarrassing. Might not be. It's a start. It's a good start. But go ahead and. So you want to propose that to her, right? You say this?
Yeah, it's I keep it vague, but what if I could tell you about a failed bouts that how a Fiala noble tried to hire House Thorani for a Black Sun performance? Could that buy me some time?
Thanks. Make a persuasion check.
28.
I think I could buy you a day or two with that.
Okay.
But only from Fjarlin. Not from Thurani, not from the Dark Lanterns, not from if Karnath eventually manages to get someone here, which they may or may not.
Okay. Um, just like above table, and maybe I don't know if this is okay or not, but above table is okay if I use this guy's.
Oh, using it, right?
Okay. I tell her you're
Do
going to
that.
you go. Okay, I tell her, and I tell her if you want the actual fit.
She'll. So you hold the information,
Yeah, I would hold the
and then
information.
you because that would be the exchange, right? Like
Yeah,
you give
yeah,
her the
yeah. I
information,
hold the
like
information.
yeah. So you hold the information. She says, "I think I could buy you some time with that." Um, and yeah, she'll say, "You will you will receive a sending in the next day or two, and you'll be expected to relay that information, Ludwig.
I
If
oh,
you don't receive a sending, you'll know that I failed to stall. Your price wasn't good enough.
okay. Well, best we can do is try. I give her a bow.
Good luck. For for the liberty you have taken from the world, you must provide one back now. Cause and effect, my friends.
Oh, I know. Oh, believe me, I know.
Best of luck. Um, and she mounts a horse. I think she mounts a warg, probably. She mounts a warg of her own. And she will ride off into the sunset. Um, and true to her word, Rowen, um, you will receive probably on day 4, an art of Yarlin. So, Rowen, I'm having a great sense of deja vu, dear.
Ah, yeah, it seems like we've been here before. Welcome.
Welcome. And she look and the Lesh is like looking at her with like squinty eyes. I knew I didn't like you. And Inara just like she kind of laughs. She goes, "Well, then you made the right call, good Lesh." And she will bow. And she says, "It's a pleasure to see you again. Hopefully, I'll have the luck that your hate doesn't isn't so great that I won't be able to perform at court for you again. I am, of course, here for entertainment services." He goes, "Yeah, of course you are." Looks to you, Rowan, and says, "Enjoy your friend." Um, and
Oh,
he'll meander away as he probably is in this moment connected the dots as to how exactly you got out of here. Um, he goes, "Oh yeah, you did disappear the exact day she did, didn't you?" And she'll take you aside. She'll say, "Sam, come with good news and bad news. The good news is Ludwig very wisely provided me with some information. I met him out in the plains that allowed me to stall my house from making its move for about a day. So we may just make it here without any Fjarlan interference. I did, as a courtesy, find him out in Skullroot uh, before any price was agreed upon to provide him a warning. And I thought I'd come here and do you the due diligence of letting you know his progress. He seems, well, like Ludwig, anxious, a little in over his head, but endearingly firm on his wish to stick by his woman."
yeah, it's going to be really tragic if I have to give back.
Hmm.
I
I
can't.
do. The artist in me truly hopes that you are all able to find some solution to all of this.
I can't take it off the table entirely, right? I'm not starting a war. However,
Of course, dear.
perhaps there are other solutions.
Hmm. I'm interested to see how my pupil has grown. See if she's learned to surpass me.
I don't know that I would go that far. But maybe Caius doesn't need his hostages, right? Maybe nobody needs hostages. Maybe there's another hostage to be had. The princess got away on her own. So maybe a more
Well,
willing, more responsible hostage could be had. Obviously, Ludwig is going to have to be disciplined.
a
Haven't
good
quite
spanking,
decided how to do
if I
that
might be
quite
present.
yet.
Very well. Well, she'll look around, seeing it's just you girls. She'll say, "From one friend to another, I'm curious if you've considered. Your Lesh is reputed for being very tactically wise. Are you sure you can trust him? You're effectively delivering him probably the most valuable hostage in Corvair. It would go, I mean, a long way for him and his people politically, wouldn't you say? With the bordering nation that he has to deal with."
I will tell you this. If he makes that choice, I will understand. I
Hmm.
I can't. I feel that there are more advantages to be gained at least by having a conversation before simply handing her over. Uh, but we are here at his grace to a certain extent, and Ludwig has really screwed the pooch here. So
You're also at a great disadvantage, my dear. You have allies, vested allies, people who have more to gain from this than lose.
I do.
Good. I don't mean to coddle, I just want to make sure that we're being careful.
No, I understand. And obviously, your house has something to gain by taking contracts. You're going to do business. I get it. But there's also something to be said for knowing where he's going to be eventually. So
Well, consider me at your disposal, as best of my abilities demand. I can tell you a little bit about what the behind the closed door political atmosphere is like.
I would very much like to hear it.
Well, then let's have tea.
Let's have tea.
Um, and she'll take you aside, and you guys will kind of compare notes about what you know versus what she knows. Um, she would tell you that, oh, yes, the Doyen seems very well reserved, but I assure you, Civis is going absolutely bananas across Corvair. Deneth sharpening their knives. Um, oh, Kendaric is feeling threatened. They seem to have sort of recoiled at the whole prospect of everything. I'm not frankly certain as to yet why. I don't know how this threatens them. Probably because there might be fingers pointed at them for the securities that they've installed in Braylon. That's the best I can imagine for Haydith's escape, but I don't think so. Um, let's see, what else can I tell you? Hmm. I think there's a very good chance that Karnath might be very interested to return Haydith back to replace in Brayland, so as not to invite disaster. But who can say? They may very much relish having one up on Brayland by having a hostage when they do not. It would be a matter of substantial honor and of no great deal of gain for them to hand over a hostage to Brayland, especially if they find Hades within their borders. It's a toss-up, really. It's difficult to say.
You don't think they'd just call it even?
By handing Hades back?
No, by handing over their hostages.
It's difficult to say. King Caius was the one who manufactured the Treaty of Thronehold. He was the grand architect of it all. He is seemingly one bound for peace, but at the same time, there's no denying that he has significantly more to gain by not. He holds Braylon in a vice by having one of the members of the royal family with a knife to their throat. Well, they don't. I mean, what do they have to gain by handing Hadith back at the end of the day, other than goodwill with Braylon?
Well, what about handing back their Braylish hostages?
Again, what do they have to gain in doing this to you?
I can't hand them Haydith. I can't just give them Haydith. I can't
Oh,
do
by
it.
no means, by no means. I'm simply saying I'm having a difficult time gauging what it is Karnath will do or what they will do, but all I see that on the board is that they hold an advantage they may not be willing to give up. I just simply cannot say. All I'm saying is these are the factors worth considering. I can say this here. There may be some advantage to be gained through Orion. They have long required funds, and they have long been combating Lyrandor to be the preeminent travel experts. If you could find some way to turn it to their specific advantage against their rival, you may be able to provide their aid. And on the other hand, Thrash is essentially sitting back and taking bets about how this will all go. They are, well, as we all know, they're a money-hungry house. Similarly, if you can find some way that this is more financially advantageous for them to back your house and Ludwig, maybe you could rely on their aid? For what you said, that's about 5 houses. That's a leg to stand on.
All right, I got to get Lois out of the clink.
Hmm. That'll be tricky, I must admit. Why would, but how can we do this? It would be a good idea.
My understanding is they're just holding her.
I mean, it doesn't seem too dissimilar their hostage situation. I'm sure as much as they look like it just looks like they've traded hostages with House Leora at this point. You have Haydith, they have Lois.
That is fair. Inconvenient, but totally fair.
All I mean to say, dear, is that you still have cards to play. I'm just interested to see how you'll play them.
I think I need to have a conversation with some interested parties. I've got a meeting happening later on today.
Fair enough. All right. I do hope your Ludwig survives travel here. Even an army can't protect against the greatest of illusionists.
No. No.
I wonder how he's doing right now. Ludwig, you ready for your assassination attempt, my friend?
No one ever is, but go ahead.
A statement that is funnier than I think you meant it to be. No, any good assassin ensures that it isn't. Okay, so true to my word, and true to the assassination expert we just met, the first attempt will come from the Dark Lanterns.
Of course.
Of course, you could never know it was the Dark Lanterns.
I have no idea who they are. They could be bandits on the road.
That one is cocked.
What I'd give just to get the teleportation circle. Good lord.
So, okay, Ludwig. Buddy old pal. You were effectively warned by Inara. Assassins are coming. Is there anything that you would do to prep, or would you rely on your bodyguards?
I keep Haydith close by, and I tell the others. And I tell the hobgoblin shaman guy, the assassin's coming after us. They're coming soon. They could be here as soon as tonight or in the day. So everyone stand on guard.
Right. So
I
you like double, triple the guard kind of ideal.
Yeah. Soren, I feel like a fucking jackass asking to stay close by, but like I'm gonna ask him to stay close by.
Of course, of course. You know they will come at night, right?
Of course they will. When else will they? When else would they come?
Hmm. They will try and kill you. They will try and take her. If they can only kill you, that'll be enough. I wouldn't worry about Haydith so much as I would worry about your life, my friend.
I know. I know.
If they kill you, there's no marriage to be had.
Make sure she stays safe, if nothing else.
I'd much rather take care of you, my friend.
Well, thank you. I'll trust your instincts.
He is going to go a little extra crazy on this. He is, how long does that one last? He casts a warding bond on you, and he basically updates this at nighttime. He's probably going to cast on you at nighttime. He casts a death ward on you, and he casts a warding bond on you. He says, I can only have this going for 1 hour, but
do what you need to do.
the death ward will keep you from dying outright if you do get assassinated. You have that ring Lois gave you that screams.
Yeah, oh yes.
How does that work exactly?
Like I just put my hand over it and it screams, danger, danger, danger.
It was good to keep that close and use it first thing if you are attacked.
And I have the mark.
You do have the mark. I will be close. I will never be more than 30 feet away from you at any given point for the rest of this journey. If I can help it.
I have something else to help. We'll find out if they come, if I need it.
5 days. 4 days now. We can do this.
Longest 4 fucking days of my life.
Well, at least if you die, you'll know that you have loved better than anyone else who ever lived.
True. True. They still
I
make a
hope
song
she's
about me.
grateful.
She is. If they make a song about me, make sure it's called Ludwig the Lusty. At least that sounds better than Ludwig the Lecherous. That sounds like a groping old man in a castle.
If they tell a story of you, I will make sure it is titled something more appropriate, like Ludwig the Loving.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Well, hopefully we don't have to try and figure it out, huh?
And in the meantime, I'm talking with Haydith about political ideas about giving the nation something other to look at. Like, hey, fetch, go look at something else
Yeah,
over
yeah, yeah.
there. Some more
She
than
says you're gonna need something to divide the nations. What could that be? Rowen has often been trying to push to get to the Treaty of Thronehold. Braylon considers them largely a upstart nation, more of like a rebellious nation than anything else. If they somehow got a real push towards actually getting the Treaty of Thronehold, it might change tensions. But
Rome.
that's a maybe.
That's one idea. There is
I
there are
don't normally say
Talaras.
war, but that's probably not a good idea.
It's something else to look at for now. There are Talaras people.
It's too
There's
bad
there,
that you couldn't have influenced the marriage that Telelara would marry Orgrave. That might have caused some upset in the international enemy getting a
yeah.
foothold.
Yeah, there's also the elves over in Valinor. Is this something?
Ludwig, you're going to have to you're going to have to cause more damage. There's no this was this was more than I meant, admittedly.
She's like hush. It's fine.
You're going to have to do more damage in order to fix things. You're going to need to hurt some people to make this happen. Maybe even a whole nation. If you're going to want to take a target off your back, all of this attention that you're getting is going to have to be put on someone else. There is a Cold War being fought against you. You're going to need to find someone else to have this Cold War fought against.
Okay.
Maybe it's you could try and spread some really, I don't know how it would be convincing, but maybe some very convincing evidence that one of the nations has knowledge of the Morton lands, the knowledge of how it was created.
Possibly.
If there was some other threat that you could pit against the nation, something to unify them,
Do I
even to unify them against something more dangerous than me and you.
okay, is there we're just two people in love. That's the problem with us. That's what they're angry about. But something else. Something oh they're terrorists. Democlaw. Um cults of the Dark Six, maybe, or the Dragon Below, or something.
Cult of the Dark, that could work. An overlord being unleashed.
And
uh,
that's something could be.
the Emerald Claw is a national issue that Karnak deals with and no one else. Unless they made themselves an international issue, which I don't think they have the power to do.
Like, are they? I thought they were an international issue. I thought they did stare attacks and even in Sean.
Maybe, but they are largely a national issue by Karnak. They range out a little here and there, like Tarkanan.
Tarkanan could be one. Maybe, what if? Am I getting any ideas at all, Ryan? Like,
This
okay,
is you, buddy. This isn't.
okay, overlords, dragons, dragons, dragons could. Do you think dragons could work?
We we need allies. We need we can think about this out here on the plains, but
We need
we need to figure
allies.
out what resources we have at our disposal before we can just
Uh,
start throwing darts at the wall.
we have we have some I have some stuff in a vault. A friend of mine. I have stuff in a vault. A friend Holden left a gift for us. I used it one just recently. I think I'm going to be using more and more of it before the month is out.
Drops her head. She can't. She says,
Yep.
we just need to, first things first, we need to get to Rhuukan Draal. We need to find out what allies we can call upon. And once we
Yeah.
know our resources, once we have some supporters, then we can start making a proper plan.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck. Yeah.
Do you? I'm sure you must regret all of this. I'm sorry, I should have
I don't.
accepted
I
Orgrimm's
don't regret.
hand.
I don't regret you. I don't regret you at all. Do I regret some things that have happened? Yes, but you know. You spoke the truth. You spoke how you felt. What more can a man ever ask for?
Love
I love you.
you too.
Keep your head down.
She smiles falteringly. Well, we're Carnathy. We're used to death being at the gate.
Yeah, it's nothing new for us.
Hmm. Um, that night, do you sleep?
I stay awake.
Is this going to be your trend? You're going to just kind of stay awake at night, maybe sleep during the day on your horse?
Yes,
It's going to
yes.
suck, but
It sucks,
it,
but I'll do it.
it's safer though. That's fair. Okay, sleep during the day. Or yeah, sleep during the day. So here's what happens. You sleep during the, you decide to start staying up at night instead of sleeping during the day. You
Yeah,
stay up.
my eyes are peeled.
Okay, let's see here.
And I have heroic inspiration every day, so could I create coincidences?
You can.
Um, okay. The uh, uh One of the wargs lays down. A warg has trouble sleeping. It's laying down on its back, and one of the Dark Lanterns who comes in accidentally steps on its
Well,
tail.
you could use it to create coincidences, but you can't use it to like negate dice
Oh,
rolls, if that makes
okay,
sense. You know,
okay.
like it's meant to be like a narrative coincidence. So basically, think of it like a narrative coincidence that doesn't influence the dice, essentially. It's an opportunity more than
Okay,
anything.
it's a bright star. It's a bright night, not a cloud in the sky. The moon is full.
Understood. Uh, you're minding your business. You're just out and about, staying awake, maybe patrolling the tent Haydith is in. Uh, or actually, you know what? No, this is what happens. So you're told to stay in the tent. Like if you're gonna,
Uh-huh.
Soren says, if you're going to stay awake, but do it
Okay.
in the tent. So
Hmm.
that just stay in the tent. I will be out here and keep an eye out. If you're leaving the tent, do not leave without me, no matter what.
Hmm. Okay.
You're in your tent, chilling, full 360-degree cover for the most part. You are suddenly struck by an arrow, by a bolt.
Okay.
You are going to take 36, 36. You take 58 points of damage and poison and piercing damage.
Okay, that's
How
good
many
to
hit points do
know.
you have?
58 exactly, but I'm back up at 1.
Yeah, this bolt hits you, and you kind of go across. Uh, you hit
I
the ground hard. There's a clattering of metal. Haydith wakes up and kind of screams.
and I told her about the ring ahead of time.
Yeah, and you're alive, so the bolt like pops out of your throat, and you put your hand over, and there's a oh screeches,
Danger.
and uh basically the guard goes on a fucking red alert. You survive the first night. You survive this assassin,
Yeah, and
but
yeah,
the assassin is not found, unfortunately.
even though I was inside the tent.
The bolt found you, um, but when they go searching for the assassin who shot the bolt, they cannot find it. But they do basically like move your tent. They straight up start putting walls around your tent. They're basically in like a small campsite fortress at this point.
Yeah.
They
Are
like
there
triple the guards.
are there multiple tents they can put up?
Yeah, I'm sure Soren. There's like a multiple. He basically makes like a much bigger tent for you, and he personally checks to make sure the seams are perfectly covered. He moves the bed around every night. He doesn't put it in like a single spot set up. Um, and so you survive the first night, you survive the second day. This is what happens. So you're riding along. This is so you've survived 2 days.
Okay. How many
Because the
days
first day
left?
you survived, you met Inara that night. There was the next day, the assassination attempt. We're on day 3. Day 3 rolls around. Um, you get a message basically saying, I stalled the contract. Payment start, like, forward us your payment now through the sending.
And I named the name.
Excellent.
Hired this nobleman hired this guy to do Black Sun performance.
Pass along the information, absolutely. You got no response.
Okay.
Um, the next night they kill an assassin who tried to get into the camp to get you.
Camp night 4?
This is night 3.
Okay, night 3.
Night
Okay.
3, they catch an assassin who came to get you. It's a human. A human, no marks, no symbols of badge, no way to identify where they came from. But one of the hobgoblins, so the shaman basically says, probably Dark Lantern. Killed a Dark Lantern. How about that?
Feels like we'll never know who he is exactly.
Soren says, just get back in the tent. This isn't
Yeah.
a victory. This could very well be a diversion. They wouldn't be
It could
above
be.
it.
It could be.
You get back inside, survive
Okay.
night 3.
Okay.
Day 4 rolls around. Your army is stopped by a band of about 12 Deneth warriors in the middle of the day, in the middle of the plain. They come riding back and say they wish to request an audience with your defender, Soren. That's me? What? My Deneth is here? They go, yeah. I
Go.
Should I go? I assume I mean, it's my house. I have to go see what they want.
Um, before he goes, what time of the day is it?
Midday.
Before he goes, I'm gonna ask him to cast uh Death Ward on me before he leaves.
Yeah, you will cast Death Ward on you. And he looks at you and he goes,
And I give him like,
yeah, he hits you with one of those.
uh,
It's been an honor to be your bodyguard, Ludwig. Really has.
it's been a great honor to know you.
Princess. And she smiles falteringly at him and he rides off and you don't see Soren again for the rest of this one. You get a
Yeah.
report back saying basically like he just rode off with them, the traitorous bastard.
No, leave it. Don't forget it. Keep going.
Right. Um This one's cool.
Do we
Later
get
that day,
do we-
about midday, um, a large force of Deneth infantry is waiting for you all, like on the plain. Like large scale battle ready to scrap. Like battlefield lines drawn. The hobgoblin sort of um
does this seem like a distraction?
could be. But they seem like they're here to try and kill this tribe that is your bodyguard to get you, essentially. Like this is like we're not doing knife in the dark shit. This is open battle conflict.
Okay.
Um, the shaman says, "Wait here, I'll go talk with him."
Like who's the second in charge?
Or he says, "You can come too if you want. Yeah, you should come too."
No, like feels like
Why?
I'm keeping Haydith. Haydith stays back.
Sure, leave the princess, but you should come. I mean, you don't want to look these people in the face.
Okay.
You ride out.
On my own warg, I guess, or something, but
Yeah,
yeah.
you're one warg. You would be one warg back. The shaman will go. A number of bodyguards will go. You ride up to see, um, sort of like, that meeting in the middle between two armies. Um, Soren is amongst them, and he has a very unhappy, a more unhappy than usual look on his face, that he's been compelled to be here. And you are confronting someone else. Uh, I don't know if I've got an individual, but we're fast tracking things a little bit here because we're in like a downtime situation.
Okay.
Basically, this head defender guy says the bodyguards of House Deneath intend to take uh, the Princess Haydith back to Braylon. We have been hired to do so. Capadour tribe shaman says, "You will turn your army around and leave. These are the personal guests of." They go, "Of what? Haruk Lesh is aiding and abetting these people? Is that what you mean to say?" Because this
Uh,
is. Because the Lesh is receiving guests.
who's the leader here?
The Dunese people?
Mhm.
Are you asking about the Dunese people? Like
Yeah,
who
who's
theirs
the
is?
leader?
I don't know his name. His
Bob.
name is not that shitty. I'm some standard. His name is Friedrich.
Friedrich. No
Yes,
countryman?
I am Friedrich de Denise, and I'm here to take you, upstart. You are an insult to the dragon-marked houses for what you have done.
What do you do you feels like does he have a proper title?
If he does, he doesn't. He'd probably give it to you. What is his title?
Captain something.
Sure, whatever. His name's Captain. His title would be Captain. Why not?
What if you you could say you what if you said you could say you tried to do your duty, but we slipped by in the night?
How
Like
dare you?
well
You would insult the House of Deneath by
what if
insisting
I
we could
said you
be
could serve the
bought?
Neath at the same time
Uh-huh.
and
You
and give
are a spineless worm, aren't you? With one hand, you try and bribe us into assaulting our armor. The moment we defy you, you quickly fold on even your own defiance.
I'm
You are the lowest slacky of
I would
all.
not want to see anyone here die.
You should
I
have thought about that before
die.
you
I
tried to marry into the Wynon house.
we Because like, how would you like to embarrass Thrashk at the same time of honoring Deneath?
I would not cross blades with your dishonorable
I'm
touting
cast strong.
blade.
Can I cast strong person on him without starting the fight?
Uh, you could certainly try.
Okay, no, I won't.
He rolls because it's coming from the mark, and I said that people don't usually know that a spell's been cast upon, or they don't know that they've been charmed. Um, it's a good question, actually. I'm finding myself asking.
Yeah, because I feel like that's the whole point is that like you can cast it without them knowing.
How do you make a deception or sleight of hand check? Only because this is a mark that doesn't require verbal or somatic components.
Feels like I feel like I would have like covered my neck up a little bit.
You,
Like
you
okay,
can't make these
oh,
adjustments in the middle of an
okay, no,
altercation.
okay. Instead, okay, like what
So,
if?
hang on. Roll me the deception or the sleight of hand. If you say you're doing something and you're having me roll dice about it, you got to follow through with it. You can't roll back when you don't like the result. So roll me a deception or a sleight of hand check.
Okay, okay, fine. Yeah, I'm using inspiration on that. And then I'm gonna do this. Okay, hold on. Okay, 29.
Okay, yeah, you managed to by some miracle hide your mark enough that you cast Charm Person on him. Unfortunate news is he rolls a 15 on it, but I don't know his bonus. Give me a moment to go find it. His wisdom bonus is it'd be a 17 total. Does that succeed?
Yeah, I'll succeed. And I'll say, all right, hold on.
Enough.
I'll want to make
Enough. I have heard you scramble. You have detested our honor by suggesting you could possibly pay past us, then throw your brandy threats around when we do not receive them. I am done hearing from you and your dishonorable, poisonous tongue. Retreat back to your whore, princess, and prepare to meet us on the field of battle for the honor of House Deneath. This negotiation is over. We will have his blood. It is up to you if you decide to stand by him, Hobgoblin. And the shaman sort of chuckles, says, if you thought there was 100 years where a hobgoblin would not stand with honor at the charges he's deemed to protect, let alone turn his back on the lesh, we are no deserters, sellsword. Try your worst. See you on the battlefield. Uh, and you all turn and find your battle lines to prepare for war, prepare for battle.
fuck. How far am I from Rhuukan Draal?
You're you run.
Like, I just need to know like what day is it? How far are we from it?
You're on day 4. You'll get there tomorrow if you survive this. The the shaman says, guard your princess. We'll leave some hobgoblins to protect you.
You think, like, do they have horses on the other side, Ryan, above table?
Uh, yeah. Denith is well funded, probably. Yeah, probably have cavalry.
Probably mage bread too.
Not all of them, but probably some of them. The hobgoblin says, go on, protect your mates.
There can't be and I kind of look at them like there probably can't be survivors coming back to this somehow.
What do you mean?
Like, I mean, I never mind.
You not see the slaughter that is about to occur? You expect us to cover up what will probably be hundreds of deaths?
Um, do what you do best.
Um, they prepare battle lines. Um, Give me a second here.
I'm also keeping my eyes sharp for anyone coming behind us.
Yeah, I'll get to that. Um, Give me a second. So, a big battle about to come on here. Um, oh boy.
I fucking hate this, man. You're killing me.
Yeah, sorry. Hang on. I'm opening up. We're about to end into some big ass battle. I gotta do some quick
I'm
rolls here.
sorry, everybody. I'm
Oh, no,
sorry.
it's all good. I'm just trying to find the document for the here it is. Here's my mouse combat generator. We're gonna see how this goes. Luckily for you, this is gonna be a pretty basic battle. It's gonna be fucking cavalry versus cavalry. That is what we're rolling with right
Mhm.
now. Um,
Any,
okay,
any, any help they
so
can get?
here's how this is gonna go. Um, both armies are at full strength. That's a +1 bonus to both armies. Um, Actually, we'll just do this in a town. So, hobgoblins,
Can I
Denise.
give them a coincidence?
No, just stop.
Never mind. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, both are at full army strength. Um, the Denise defender would be both have just recently come out of war. This is a large enough threat that I think the commander of the hobgoblins is going to be a good commander. It's going to be a well commanded. So that's a point. However, the Denith defender is probably like the top tactician in Dargoon, so he's going to gain 3 points additional to their modifier. Um, Everyone here is coming out of the war, so everyone's going to gain 3 points to their modifier because they're all veterans of the last war. Um, Morale, the Hobgoblin morale is very high. They are happy to spit in the face of Denise. Um, the morale level of um, Denise is going to be at a standard level. They're not particularly rootin' tootin' to do this. Um, Supply lines, Denise is definitely fully supplied, having just come out of Rhuukan Draal. Um, However, your army is indeed supplied. Now, your army is essentially like a horde. So you do outnumber their army.
Okay.
So your hobgoblins are going to gain 2 points for that. Both are very well armed, sort of national based armies. Okay, here's what the modifiers come down to. Your hobgoblins are going to have a +9 modifier to this roll. However, Deneth will have a +12. They
Ugh.
are at the military advantage here. I'm just gonna roll the battles. The two cavalries they're gonna do this a straight up fucking run at each other.
I'm fairly talking to
Would
Haydith.
you like to roll the dice, or would you like me to roll the dice?
I cannot stand to roll the dice right now, Ryan. I'm just too stressed out.
No problem. I will roll. Do you want me to roll the Denise warriors first or the Hobgoblin warriors first?
You choose.
Okay, I will start with Denise.
Okay.
See how well they do.
I'm talking with Haydith about strategies, about running. Maybe if possible,
Haydith is
like
stunned. Haydith is absolutely fucking stunned. Like, this is a huge conflict over her, and people are about to die. Denise rolls a natural 16 for 28.
yeah, that's it. That's it for me.
Hobgoblins, in order to succeed, need to roll uh, a 19 or 20 at the end of the day.
Okay, I'm gonna would Haydith surrender? Like in the face of all this saying, like she round says, for God's sakes, no one's worth dying of. I'm not worth dying over. Please stop.
Maybe.
I can get to Rhuukan Draal.
Would you surrender?
I need to get to Rhuukan Draal. I could get her out. I could win it back.
Would she surrender? This has gone pretty far.
For what it's worth, she's not a soldier. She's not used to this.
You don't try to persuade
I'm
me.
not you. I'm not. It's
Would
just like
you
I'm just thinking
surrender?
about it. Nothing but feels like I just tell like they're gonna fucking fight. We gotta think of something. Pitch. We- Our heart cannot spare the idea of more dying. Something like that.
Um, Basically, everyone starts to take battle lines. Absolutely. Everyone starts to take the battle lines. She's not a military tactician, but you, Ludwig, can guess that the hobgoblins beneath are like Deneth has the upper hand here. And lives are about to be spent. She looks over to you. She does not cave. She does not cry. She does not cling. She does not sob. She does not crumple. She puts her hands on you and looks at you with her usual sort of coldness. She says, I can't. I can't let these people die.
Go, let's go. Okay, and I say, I'll find my way back to you. You go. I'll find my way back to you. I'll get to Rhuukan Draal. I'll find my way back to you. And
She just kind of takes a moment and she is going to just ride forward.
I do the whole thing.
Yeah, that definitely happens, but you get the sense like in this moment she's just like put the resolve on,
Okay.
and there's no tears or crying or like deep emotional goodbyes. She just moves ahead, and yeah, you have that sort of like hand going moment. She sort of makes her way forth, and as the hobgoblins are preparing to ride in, she just sort of rides past the front line. Um, they're like, "What the hell's going on?" I mean, and she just rides to the middle of the battlefield, and the Deneth defenders kind of someone two ride forward, the general and like the captain and Soren ride forward. You don't know what words are exchanged. But Haydith doesn't scream or plea or cry. She just speaks very seemingly neutrally to them. Um, you see there seems to be some disagreement between Soren and the tactician. Um, and he looks over at him, and you see Soren takes his shield, which bears the Denith heraldry upon it, and the clasp of his cloak, which also holds it, and he throws it off the side of his horse at the feet of um, his commander and deserts.
Soren.
And rides up next to Haydith, bows his head and says something, and rides past her over to your battle lines. And Haydith goes quietly, um, but doesn't look back, goes with discipline and resolve, and rides willingly with the Denith defender over to the sellswords, who all and um, essentially the hobgoblins are like they're pissed. Like they're fucking pissed at all of this. Um, Soren rides up to you, Ludwig. Says, "I'm with you, my friend."
I give him the the handshake again.
Is one of those.
You,
Um,
you feels like, look at her, Princess of Garnath.
she's she's brave and wise. She deserves better than being a hostage, no matter what it is.
I don't know. I haven't given up on her yet, Soren. There's a long,
What? Good.
days are long and none of us are dead. Life's full of possibilities.
He just kind of pats you on the shoulder twice. Then what happens next is the very uncomfortable armies moving around each other, as it seems Denise does not have any intentions of returning to Rhuukan Draal. Moves
Mhm.
around your army until you two are rotated. You continue onward towards Rhuukan Draal. The Denise warriors start riding back the way they came. Um, there is one more failed assassination attempt on you the next night.
Bong! Like I just, yeah.
It's you don't know who by, but some other human fails to kill you. And you make it to Rhuukan Draal. There's the downtime. That was easy. Fuck. Um, you ride in Ludwig
Just
with
like this
Hmm?
steely determination, like
you ride in. The doors to and you're in Rhuukan Draal for the first time. This is very cool. You come riding in with this sort of honor guard riding you right through the city streets, right up to the spired tower palace. The doors open and you enter into the court of the Lesh Haruk, where you see him sitting on his elevated dais on his like spined, sharp, almost Game of Thrones styled throne, except it's not swords, it's just like I think there's some heads of enemies and swords and stuff around, but he's sitting there with his crimson blade on his hilt. He's got the sort of widespread sitting back crown. At his side would be Baron Leora. I don't think because you're married you have a seat, Rowan, but you would be there in sort of like this is my advisor kind of position. You would
I
also
knew.
see Ludwig. The hall is filled with immensely individual dragon-marked individuals, including the Doyen of House Civis, probably a representative of Madani, Baron Merrick Stakhanith, who we need to get to, um, and etc. a number of representatives from a number of dragon-marked houses, and a number of probably very important chieftains as you sort of make your way into the hall before the Lesh. What do you do? Ludwig?
Like I move unbothered directly toward the Lesh and I bow before him. And I kneel before him. Like, tell me, Rowan.
He,
Is it like Rowan, if there's something you want me to do, just tell me.
um, you kneel before him. The Lesh says, what does he say? He's had 5 days to think about what he'd say to this guy. He goes, Viceroy Ludvig de Leora in the flesh. Where's your woman?
She's not with me.
Did
She's
you leave
in
her behind?
she ch- she did not want to see blood spilled in her name. So she returned with the Neath to the she returned to and I use I'm gonna use like the thing to take that back. She says she agreed to return to Breland.
Hmm. He will rise from his throne. He looks past you to the shaman. Says, "What happened?" Shaman says, "The viceroy surrendered his mate, or the mate surrendered herself. But either way, as a small but admittedly potent force of beneath cell swords came to oppose us in open battle. We were ready to fight, but she would not see the blood spilt." Hmm. And you told them that these were my guests, that I was housing in my home? I said, yes. Says, I understand why you did what you did, but we do not leave ours behind in Dargoon. Chieftains, call your northern forces. Slaughter the Deneth warriors. Bring me Haydith Irwynon. I will not have the honor of Dargoon in dispute. My guests are not taken from my borders, no matter how pretty they are. And the chieftains kind of and raise their axes. And these chieftains sort of leave the hall with a sort of like, yeah, I gotta go fight. And he will look to you, Rowan. He'll give you a nod, and he will go down. He'll put a hand on your shoulder, Ludwig, and he says, "Takes balls to do what you did."
Just a bit. She's Garnath. She's a leader and she is truly noble.
Hmm. No. Loyalty to your princess, huh? Well,
If you if you
don't
want
worry. We'll kill for your bride. Uh, and he'll say, well, I have a forced ride after. And he'll say, "On a God at my side, we ride." And they'll take off. Leaving the hall with all you suddenly feel very surrounded by very large amounts of various dragon marked individuals, but more importantly, remaining on the high dais is the Baron.
I go up to the Baron Rowan de Leora. So, how have the past few days have been for you?
Eventful. I have some meetings to attend to. You should, I don't know, clean up.
I'll wash up. I'll stay in the room until you call for me.
She will
Can I can
look
I
at
give her a
the
bow?
she will look at the dragon marked houses assembled and say, "All right, There is no need to start a war over this. Let's see if we can work together to prevent bloodshed. I am not. Ultimately, my goal was to get the princess to a place where we could all negotiate with cool heads. Never in a million years did it occur to me that Reverend would send defenders. Were there any marshals amongst them, or were they all defenders?
They
Oh, they were, I think the shaman will say, blade marked mostly. There was like one defender, but he associated from his house to join, and you look past him to see a markless sword standing with Ludwig. You see him, Rowan. You give that expression. He shrugs at you.
Had Brevin sent marshals, it would have been one thing, but I was not aware that defenders had the rights and privileges of crossing borders the same way that marshals do.
He will step forth and will pay every respect. Um, he will say, um, normally, of course, you would be right, Baron, but as you could probably imagine, the nations of Corvair probably would have little disputes with Denith reacquiring the princess.
Of course
So
not.
bounty hunters were dispatched.
Well, that's unfortunate. I was really hoping we could all just talk about this, come to a better solution. All right, that's okay. We will figure something out.
He bows his head and takes a step back to his place, showing every procedure and courtesy.
Go clean up with
Um,
Ludwig. You've both been through a lot.
okay. Um, no, I'll tell you what, Rowan. You know him pretty well, so you're gonna see the Lesh stop at the door, turn back, and he's gonna shoot you a look that says something I'm gonna send you privately.
oh,
Essentially, the look silently says this. Um, yeah, that'll suffice. Something along those lines. And not specific wording, obviously. Just a look.
Hey, Ludwig.
yes.
She
Feels like
looks at him and she looks at her and she looks at Lesh.
I look back to the Lesh.
The Lesh from the end of the hall as his soldiers are rallying. He says, have the spine to fight for what you took. Come. Joe Carnathi, are you not?
Feels like I feels like can I make some kind of like above table? Can I make some kind of
Some kind of what?
if it, political insight to see how to play, but like
Make a sure, absolutely. Make an insight check.
okay, hold on. 31 insights.
You get the sense that this is what the Lesh is insisting upon you here is a matter of honor. That essentially he's rallying his warriors to fight and die against Beneath Blades out of hospitality, out of a sense of hospitality. He's like, I extended my hospitality that Haydith should stay in my home. I am rallying a small army to fight and die to uphold the honor of hospitality. He's essentially saying to you, you took her from another man and from the Brailish country. The least you could do is stand on the front lines. If you want to keep your honor intact, that is. He's basically trying to help you salvage your reputation.
I will. Like I look back to Rowan like with a shrug of like with the look of a shrug and like and I'm going and back out I go. Soren, stay here. You've been through enough.
With all due respect to Ludvig, I don't work for you anymore.
You're right.
And there's a battle to be fought. I will not. Warriors should not stand on the sidelines while others fight it.
I will.
He will turn back around to Rowan. He'll bow again. He'll say, Baron, I will do everything in my power to keep your viceroy safe.
Thank you, Soren.
And he will go with Ludwig. I will do a little fast forward there because there will be some time that travels.
I
Forward,
will.
yes.
If as I'm traveling with Lesharuk, do I feel like that in the face of a bigger force, would it be could it be possible to negotiate for Haydith to just come back over with us and we let Denith leave?
The Lesh looks over at you
Yes.
and grins and says, No. This isn't about you and your bride. This is about the honor of Dargoon. They took my guest inside my borders. Now they get to pay the blood price.
Understood.
Um, Now we'll have the battle, but this time the hobgoblins are going to be at the advantage. There's no way they're not. At this point, I'm going to do a quick recalculation. Um, the Denith will, by the time the bulk of Haruk's forces get there, will have been harried by raiders. So they will be considered a worn force, whereas Haruk's army is at full. Haruk will be considered the better tactician. So there will be 3 points to hobgoblins, 1 to the Deneth defenders. Experience level, everybody here is considered a veteran, so everybody's going to get an additional 3 points. Morale is very high with Haruk's because, morale is going to be standard with Denith. Actually, it's probably going to be lower because they heard that the hobgoblins are coming. The hobgoblins are coming. Supply lines. At this point, Haruk's supply lines are in full effect. He would have organized these things within his own borders. They've been harried and hit. I don't think they're overextended, but they're certainly supplied, so there'll be there. Last but not least, Haruk will come in with a divine blessing from the gods he believes in. They outnumber them. And there's no time to talk. They just charge in. So what's going to essentially happen here? There's a very, 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 very low chance that Deneth defenders survive this because the Deneth defenders essentially have a 0 modifier due to some things, and Haruk's army is going to have a plus 15. There's going to have to be some truly monumental rolls for the Deneth warriors to get out of this successfully. So, for the Deneth defender, or actually, I'll roll for Haruk to see if I'll let you guys choose. Do you want the Deneth defenders to roll to see if they can possibly get through this alive, or are we rolling for Haruk first? Who do you want first? Hobgoblins or
Give Denith the chance to underdogs here.
the moment Haruk's Warhorde shows up, the main bulk of the Galadar clan, sorry, tribe shows up and rolls down. This is like Gandalf and Rohan like riding down the hill. Like this is an absolute fucking horde descending upon what is essentially a war band of Deneth warriors, outnumbering them and just fucking them, just obliterating the Deneth forces. It does not take much. This isn't even really a fight. This is a fucking slaughter.
No.
The Hobgoblins rolled a natural 20 for a total of 35. It is a utterly brutal. The Deneth defenders, many desert. Basically, the main force lost maybe 4% of its warriors, which is still admirable considering the conditions put against Deneth. But you find yourself for the first time in 4 years, Ludwig, standing on a bloody battlefield where a massacre. Um, and Haydith is recovered. And she does not look happy. You find her with blood on her hands, spray on her face, not in cold shell shock or anything of the like, but just like looking around at it all. And she sees you, and she walks past you. Cut to another 2 days later. Alesh arrives. Returned bloodied from battle, bearing skulls for the blood god. Okay, he doesn't. It's not that crazy. It's not that crazy. He will come back with the head of their commander, though. Um, and he will hold it up high, and he will put it down on one of like the plinths, and he'll say, "The head of the man who violated my hospitality. Maybe 4 years wasn't enough to remember the brutality of Dargoon in the war. Let it be remembered now. We fear no more lands than our own borders." You, however, Ludwig, hear something along the lines of from Haydith, basically like, prisoner again. And we will pick up next week. If it's all right with you two, I'm gonna say those 4 days where the Lesh rode out and came back was you, Rowan, smoothing things out. We will play out you talking with your political allies next week before his return, and maybe garnering a plan together or something. Maybe we talk about that during the week because Rowan has tons of time to plan. So if you want to talk about it with me during the week, we can talk. Absolutely. And
Yeah, I'll have
Lois,
letters. I'll have letters. I'll have a bunch of letters to send you as well.
excellent. And I can tell you, basically, there'll probably be a Madani representative. There's definitely going to be Merrick's. I think there was one more that was particularly on your side.
Was it
Orion,
Orion?
possibly.
Oh, there was the possibility of acquiring the aid of Orion and Thrash if you could find a way to benefit Orion against Lyrandar and get Thrash paid. Those would be the two ways to get those guys on your side. But I think there was a third that I just said was like, yeah, they're for sure down. Um, I'm not remembering them off the top of my head though, so I'll get back to you.
Orion, I have an idea for. I gotta think about the rest. I'm not opposed. I just don't have a. Nothing came to me right away.
All right. Uh, awesome, dude. Fucking Dargoon. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I think
I love my
Alesh
Yay.
is awesome,
baby.
dude. I think
I love
Alesh
my
is
honey.
cool.
Yay. Well, I'm even more miserable now.
But you made it to fucking safety. You did
And
it.
now Haydith probably hates me.
Um, you can smooth it over.
Yeah, like that really had nothing it was a violation of hospitality, and the fact that they sent um not bandits, but the bounty hunters as opposed to marshals made a huge difference.
Um,
Not maybe not to Haruk, but
yeah.
legally it made a huge
Oh,
difference.
oh, well, and also it's a warrior
Didn't it?
culture. I mean, Haruk is like trying to manage a warrior culture in peace
Yeah, we
times.
could.
So, politically speaking, to keep his clans and chiefs like all happy, oh, a modicum of an opportunity for violence. Woohoo! Thank you very much, Denise. You just made my political foothold 10 times stronger for the next year. Thank you very much. So the Lesh was like, thank you very
It's
much.
just a spot. This slaughter just bought him 10 years or
Oh,
something.
this was incredibly politically advantageous to go slaughter Deneth. It was huge. Deneth is hated by the hobgoblins. The Lesh needs to provide skulls and blood for the hobgoblins, essentially. And also reinforced that he's not to be fucked with to the rest of the world. Very advantageous for him in that moment. He was like, how? And also strengthened him as an honorable warlord. Um, gave him a position of honor to fight from. So that was hugely beneficial to the Lash.
Oh no, for the Lash, it's politically quite savvy. We might be able to like pin it on him, I guess. Like say this is less Leora and more like Lash did this.
Oh no.
Lash.
Oh no. Oh no. Rowan's not gonna hide like that. We're
Where's
we're
your
gonna
Carnathi honor? Pinning
we're
it on the
gonna
guy who
we're
fought
gonna
for your
handle
woman?
this above the table to the best of our abilities.
Here we go, and we owe Denise an arm and a leg.
No,
A couple
man.
hundred probably.
Dude, Ludvig, you're a Carnathi, like, warrior. Like, you come from a proud military history, dude. Don't bend over.
Hmm. I'm just thinking about the politics. Like the
I
Baron's
know,
gonna be
but
different.
you gotta understand that your salvaging of your reputation at this point. I mean, it doesn't help if you're skeezy, if you're a skis ball. You gotta at this point, the best thing you can do is stick to your guns, dude. Stick to your honor. Be like, they took my woman. Fuck them. I killed them.
I'm just thinking internationally.
Yeah, but
I think
also you have people
internationally,
who are reasonably well suited to manage that,
Yeah,
maybe better suited than you to manage that, to manage
yeah,
that. Like I got
yeah.
to
I'm
get
this
happy.
Lois
point,
out of the
Ludwig.
clink, but once I get her out of the clink, she's going to be very helpful. She's just, currently in
Yeah.
the clink.
And to be clear, this is a very politically dangerous situation you guys are in.
Yeah.
But as Inar said, if by some miracle you could find your way out of it, and this group has most certainly achieved miracles in the past,
Yeah, but this is
if you
not
could
biggest yet.
if you could find some miracle or some tactic or some way to get out of this, like the benefits are well worth the headache. Like you think of it like this. This is how you got to think about it, Karnathi. You are in a military campaign. Nobody likes having to go into battle and fight and kill and murder and take losses and whatever, but you're doing it for the end result, which is like peace and benefit to your country and whatever. That's what you're doing right now, Ludwig, and you as a Karnathi need to think of it that way. You waved the banner of war when you put a ring on her finger. Now you got to fight your war so that you can get to your results at the end. So right now, Ludwig should be in full warrior mode. That's what I think. I think Ludwig should be sticking to his Karnathi warrior pride. I think that's what he should be sticking to. If that's just me, though. That's just me. I could be wrong.
Maybe I'm affecting with Derek a little bit, but it's like
The
it,
only
it's
thing that
it's
I will tell you is somebody contracted Denise. We know that it was Breland, and they just put themselves on the wrong side of history. Lois has a pen and enough poison to put a real hurting on them and has every inclination to do so.
I will say, and as you are absolutely right, especially in the papers about like public opinion and whatnot, this was absolutely a legal transaction between Carnath and Brayland for hostages, regardless of the feelings of the hostage. It was an absolutely legal proceeding. Uh, So that is worth keeping in mind.
Yeah. Yeah, but lawyers love to argue.
Basically, there'd be need to be like three things for her to get out. One is she would need to be of age to make her own decisions for herself, essentially need to be like a consenting adult for whatever, which she is.
Which is.
She needs to claim asylum, or the need for asylum personally, wanting to leave. And then she would need the approval of the king, who signed the actual contract itself to secure her as a hostage.
Now we just gotta work on the king.
That is true. If you could somehow convince Boreal to sign her away somehow. I have no fucking clue how,
I'm
but
talking about Caius, but yeah.
or well, that's another thing. If you could, but like, I mean, it's possible. Again, you guys, I will be very excited to see the miracles brought forth yet again by House Leora. Hey, you're the House of Diplomacy, man. If you can pull some of this shit off, I
Even us is like this is a mess.
this is war, dude. And Sienna said it herself, man, when you did it. She said, "That's war right there." She saw, because she's a warrior, and she looked at it and she went, "That's war right there. It began." You waved, that was a border conflict when you put a ring on her finger. That was you killing the first man. That was you sending artillery fire over the border.
Fucking
It's just that
hell.
this is a Cold War, an Eberron
Okay.
Cold War.
Oh, we're gonna need to put out some serious fires.
It's
No,
cool.
no, that is the wrong sentiment. The fire goes out when there's nothing left to burn.
Yeah,
That's supposed to make me feel better?
dude.
Yes.
Look, Derek, you're like Ludwig is a warrior, dude. I
Yeah.
mean, Ludwig, I'm getting Nero vibes from you. Let me put it that way. Where Nero's like,
It
okay, okay, oh God, okay, okay. Ludwig, he's been in the shit, dude. He's bled and fought and watched people die around him. He's got like that veteran Carnathi warrior instinct. He should be like ready to go.
yeah. Yeah, he just
It's it's Rambo. You want a piece of me? Fine.
I'm gonna
yeah.
blow up your fucking town, brother.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to seriously try to repair it with Haydith though. Like fuck like that's what he's most disappointed in, like
I
what she
would
wanted.
just because I'm this kind of guy, I would love to see a scene where like she's pissed and makes very valid points about how like I didn't want anyone to die for me. I left Braylon because I didn't want people making my decisions for me anymore. And people died for me and I didn't want that. And then Ludwig being like, "You're right, people fucking died for you. You made the decision to come here. What did you think?" And then like you two having like a proper spat. And then it all sort of like being nice and hummy-drummy again, because I'm a bit of a romantic. Where you
She'll
guys
be
are
Uh,
gonna
very well
have it out.
dressed.
Yeah. A very well-dressed argument, and it's gonna be drama. And that's what we're here for.
yeah, I'll maybe make the argument that now we need to make it fucking worth it somehow.
Um, what makes it worth it is that you fucking get to marry the girl, and not in a way that is gonna where the 12 are gonna be like, we don't like
And
basically
the
an approved marriage by the 12. That is how you
yeah,
get through
yeah, we
this.
need to get the 12 on our side. Like we need to give him something.
To get the
Imagine
12 on your side, you need to get the nations off your back.
yeah,
They would disavow the marriage because they don't want every nation in Corvair solidifying the Korth edicts because they just proved how the erosion of them is gonna go bad.
yeah, it's just
And if I can recommend, like, there's a team of people, there's a
Yeah.
group of us, and we are always going to be better suited to handle it than any given I.
That is
So
very true.
instead of trying to figure out how you're going to fix it, because you're not.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm not.
No, you're not. Even if you had the greatest ideas in the world, right now you are so despised, like you're so radioactive.
I'm persona non grata.
Yeah, no one's going to hear it from you anyway. So you kind of need to work through
Yeah.
through the people you can, and you like be strategically public, be strategically open, and
I the
let other people handle things well, you were strategic about how you move from here on out through this. Like, this is not a position you can panic your way
Yeah.
or run your way out of. Like, it's got to be
Yeah.
handled with
This is
this chess.
Oh, I have ideas.
This is war, and I think the best thing you can do is think of this in the metaphor of war. Like Ludwig, right now, you're the guy caught behind enemy lines, fucking crawling through the mud, trying to get out alive. And Rowen and whoever else she calls to her side will be the military generals trying to figure out how to extract. That is what it is. You're in a military situation. It's just that it's a social one.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Ludwig's used to. He's just not used to it being a social thing.
Yeah, it's when Common's face when I entered the throne room and kneeled to the ledge. I was like, "Oh God, what did I do? I'm sorry. What landmine did I step on?"
Guys,
What
fell in love.
what did I?
What landmine you stepped on was we had a plan where you would use Ms. Volin to court her, right? We had a plan.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so all of this was because we had a
Or
plan,
Raven
and
Haydith.
that's okay. You did what you did, but you're going to get some
It wasn't
on
yeah,
occasion.
it wasn't your fault. Things had to go the way they went, but at the same time, it's still frustrating.
If
Like it's
Orgriv
like
had just
oh my God, dude. This is literally fucking Helen and Troy. We are literally
Yes!
Oh, geez.
That's what I thought of.
We're literally in the myth of Helen and Troy. This is it. We're in it. This is so great.
Mhm.
I didn't mean to do it, but I did it.
Wrong campaign.
I know, wrong campaign.
We're gonna owe
Too early.
we're gonna owe Denise and all.
We
This could be a 10-year siege.
I have some ideas.
This is
I'll
not really for you to worry about.
Sure. And hey, don't worry. You've got one of the greatest war general minds alive on your side now.
Yeah.
Which I gotta find out how to be a great war general. Next 5 weeks.
Good luck.
Rowan is so
It's called
smitten by him.
logistics,
She
logistics,
is just
logistics,
absolutely
logistics.
so
Look.
ridiculously smitten by him.
Listen, everyone's a feminist until your man severs the head of your worst enemy and then rides out to battle to protect your friends. Rides out like summons the army.
Listen, Rowan actually considered going with him and was then like, I probably do need to do the
you
soft
should,
power
no,
shit.
you need to.
He probably would have been like, my love, my sweet, you don't need that PTSD.
Yeah.
Watching a hobgoblin raid go down the mountain and fucking slaughter some humans. I don't think you need to relive that.
As Khaleesi, she probably.
Question, Ryan, what compelled Soren to abandon Denise?
He had spent a lot of time with you, and he had a lot of respect for Haydith, and Haydith basically went forward, and you can ask her what she said, and I think that's something we shall leave in game, but whatever she said was the final straw that kind of tipped Soren away from this thing where Denise was basically like going to shuttle her back to be a prisoner again. He had grown a great respect and loyalty for you and Haydith in your story.
Yeah,
that's something worth remembering with Vegas is that a powerful thing you have, and what you should rally to your sides is optics.
Yeah.
To the people. Your story is good. Maybe not the situation, maybe not how it went down, maybe this and that, but the story.
Yes.
The art of it.
I plan on hiring Fiolan to make a play about it.
You should.
Rowan
yes, that's right.
We have contacted Inara, and if I can get my freaking Lois out, we can start,
we like Fiolan. Yeah, Fiolan.
I need my Lois.
I'm going to contract you to be the author of this play, and it will be glorious, and it will.
Ludvig is not going to be contracting anyone.
I mean, I know I'm
House
not.
Leora.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
No,
you know what I mean.
Yeah. You're good, Ludwig. You're good, buddy.
Like, we got to do this as a group now. We got to be unified.
I know you're stressed, Ludwig, but I think this is dope. I think this is super fucking cool.
Oh, it's fun.
This is fun. Like, this is what, frankly, I have been trying to incite. I've been trying to incite a Cold War. I named the fucking thing Cold War. We finally got one.
You just didn't expect it to be with
how could
with
I be
Lesh.
happier? We're doing it over love. How
Yeah.
could I be happier? We're
What else
doing
was
it
it
over
gonna
love.
be, actually? What else could
I
it
don't
have been, actually?
I didn't know. I was like, I'm gonna get them on their feet, and apparently the fucking getting Leora sorted out ended up I kind of got lost with the sauce just to take fucking forever. And I was like,
Okay.
oh, I'll do it once they're more established and they're a bigger power and they'll take over Corvair in a Cold War kind of way. This is better, man. I'll take the Helena Troy story.
Yeah, I will say,
Sorry, Paris.
uh, like, what was the argument? How you've argued, like, yes, this is war in response to Haydith. I would say, yes, this is war, and what was the other bits?
This is war and what? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Like the moment you said you married me, like that was the